Hey everybody, good morning and welcome to the Childcare Millionaires Back to School Summit. We're so excited that you are here and you're ready to join us. We're going to make sure that everything is working operationally fine, and we'll be starting in approximately 2 minutes. So we're going to go ahead and if you will, go ahead and begin to post where you're from. We definitely want to know where you're from. We want to hear all of the good stuff about you. Please go ahead and tag your accountability partners or the childcare owners because we want to get this party started right. Our first speaker is right around the corner and she'll be with us in a few minutes. I'm so excited about today, and we want to make sure that you get all the information that you can get. So limit your distractions. Make sure that you let everyone know that you're busy getting ready to get all the information for a beautiful back to school season. We're going to be sharing all kind of nuggets with you. And we want to make sure that any childcare owner that needs this information has it. So what you can do is you can tag them. You can share this video. That way we can make sure that as many people as possible is helped during this season. What we do know is that this is an unprecedented season for childcare. Things are different than they've ever been before. And we want to make sure that we take advantage of this wonderful back to school season to make sure we're safe, we're profitable, we're passionate, we're taking care of kids, we're doing all the right things to keep our centers and our business healthy. We'll be starting in just a moment. All right, guys. I'm so glad that you were able to join us this morning. We're going to go ahead and add our PowerPoint to the stream. Want to congratulate all of you for taking time and setting aside time to work on your business. So many times we work in our business, but we don't necessarily get to work on our business. And there is a very distinct difference. But I want to take a moment and thank all of you who registered. And also, I want to thank all of our speakers who are here with us today to pour into childcare owners all across America. You guys definitely signed up in droves, and we appreciate that. But we do know that somewhere there's a childcare owner that's not getting the love and support that they need, and we want to make sure that we share this out to them as well. So do me a favor. Thank you guys for posting where you're from in the group. We definitely want to celebrate you. And then if you have any celebrations that's going on in your center right now, go ahead and drop them in the chat. Now, this is what, just from being a childcare owner myself and knowing some of the struggles, some of the pains, and some of the joys of owning a childcare center right now, I know that what we're doing today is needed, and it's also going to be impactful of our mindset and our actions that we're going to take over the next few months going into 2022. Now, if you're still planning for 2021, I hate to tell you this, you are a little bit behind, and we want to make sure that you get exactly where you need to be. Enrollment is increasing, right? We know that we have staffing issues. We have issues with the COVID and the Delta variants, but that doesn't mean that we get to close up shop, and that definitely doesn't mean that we can get discouraged. This is a time that we just have to really focus ourselves and hone in on what's going well, and then we can also take those things that are threats and that are weaknesses, and we can work on them so we can pivot. So I want to make sure that you guys are in the right mindset. I see we have people in from Detroit, Georgia, Texas, the Bahamas, Grand Rapids, Houston, Atlanta. Come on, I'm so excited that you guys are here and that you're on track for a historical season, but also a profitable season. So let's just say that you got here and you have not signed up for the summit. We're going to ask that you sign up for the summit at www.childcaresummit.com to make sure that you get all of the information, all of the reminders, and all of the resources that we are going to be sending out. So if you are registered for the Back to School Summit, go ahead and put registered in the chat. If you are registered for the Back to School Summit, go ahead and put registered in the chat. If you are not registered for the Back to School Summit, we want you to take a moment and go to childcaresummit.com, and we want you to register. This will ensure that you get all the information. And hey, Leslie. Hey, Sheila. Hey, Jessica. I'm so glad to see y'all. Hey, Janice. Hey, Leslie. I see my mastermind members in the house. How you doing, Sharika? Hey, Melinda. I'm so happy that you are here. Awesome, awesome, guys. Now, the last thing I need you to do before we get started, if you please will, go ahead and share this video. The reason why we want you to share this video is because we want to get these resources to as many people as possible. We do want them to register, but we know that sharing is caring when it comes to our business. So I do want to welcome you and thank you for being a part of today. More than I can express, Childcare Millionaires has meant so much to me over this past almost 3 years. For those of you who are just getting to know Childcare Millionaires, my name is Brandy Woods, the Millionaire Midwife and your Childcare Success Coach. And we started Childcare Millionaires simply as a support group to different owners to make sure that they have the support that they needed. And we began to share information. Little did we know that in March of 2021, our business and our livelihood would be turned upside down. But we survived it. If you survived 2021, I want you to put I survived in the chat, because that is no small thing. That is a huge accomplishment that you survived one of the most trying years. It definitely not only was one of the most trying years with new regulations, decreased staff, we also had new practices we had to put in place, just taking care of kids, making sure that our own families were safe. I'm going to tell you, it was a trying year. But not only did we survive in Childcare Millionaires, many of us thrived. We opened new centers, and congratulations. If you opened a new center between 2021 and this year, I want you to go ahead and celebrate that in the chat and let us know the name of your center. We definitely want to celebrate that for you. If you opened a new center, if you employed new people, if you enrolled new students, I'm telling you, these are the things that many people struggle with. Many people struggle with, but we survive. And the reason why this is important and the reason why I want you to celebrate it is because every time that you celebrate, every time that you put a positive statement in the... Hold on, guys. We have a little feedback. 1 second. All right. I think we're good to go. Let me know if you can hear me well. But every time that you put that positive, spirit inside of yourself and you celebrate yourself, you actually put yourself in a position for your mind to be renewed, for your mind to be restored. You put yourself in a position of hope. And that's the position that we have to stay in if we're going to accomplish what we want to accomplish over this next year. It's not just about what we do, it's also about what we say, how we can keep our mind aligned, how we can keep our actions aligned with what we want to see. It's so easy to get into a rut. It's so easy to get into a funk. And that's why I have been so committed to making sure that we 100% invest time in growing the childcare community, and we invest time to make sure you as owners and directors are supported. So we're so happy that you're with us here today, and so we welcome you. I want to talk real quick how to get the most out of the summit. So the first thing I'm going to tell you have to do is limit distractions. I had to tell my family, I had to tell my staff, I had to tell everyone, listen, I love you. I love you so much that I am going to set some boundaries over the next few days. And those boundaries included when they should call me. If it's not an emergency, this is what you should do. So I want to make sure that you take that same action and you limit distractions. You listen to find solutions. A lot of times we don't listen to find solutions. We listen for the purposes of confirmation of negative. But I want you today to listen to find solutions. I also want to make sure that you are ever present, that you grab your conference success kit, your summit success kit, that you connect with other centers. Right now, if you are a home center, I want you to type home in the chat. If you are a home center, I want you to type home in the chat. That way our home centers can find each other and you're ready to go. And then if you are a center-based, like in a commercial center, you're a center-based center, go ahead and type center in the chat. We want to make sure that you guys connect the homes in the centers that you can connect over the next few days. So we will be here 2 days. We want you to also take action. There's nothing worse than getting great content and you doing nothing with it. So we want you to take action. We want your notes there, but we also want you to take action. It's so important. It's so important that you are committed to doing the work. So we want to make sure that you take action. You show up for yourself. And before we kind of bring our first speaker on and we do some other announcements, I want to make sure that you have grabbed your success bundle. We compiled together a planner that you can use for back to school. And I'll talk about that a little bit tomorrow. Also, an operational summary with a video that helps you use it and a fresh checklist so you can go through your building and you can make sure that you dotted every I, that you've crossed every T, and that you are definitely ready for the new school year. This checklist really helps me, and it helps me delegate some of the things that I need to do in my business so I can duplicate myself over and over and over again. I need y'all to put that word duplication in the chat because we know duplication is where it's at. So I want to make sure that you guys are geared up and you're ready for today. And it looks like you are. I also want to make sure that you're committed to not just sharing this information with your team, but other childcare owners. And last but not least, I want to make sure that you're committed to being action oriented. because that's what it's going to take for you to make the steps and the strides in your business to get the results that you want. Now, I also want to share with you one other thing before we get started. There are many of you over the last year that you worked with us in the Childcare Millionaires membership, and you have really learned not how to just position yourself as an owner in your business, but how to collaborate with other center owners, how to draw from the collective power of the childcare community. And I want to congratulate you. I have the Childcare Millionaires mission statement behind me because it's really our mission. We are truly dedicated to increasing the number of 7- and 8-figure childcare centers all around this nation. You know, I always tease you, you can choose to be a $7 chick or you can choose to be a 7-figure chick. Which one are you? I believe that I'm talking to some 7-figure chicks. So if you are a 7-figure chick and you want that 8-figure income, then you're at the right place at the right time. And we truly, truly welcome you to the Childcare Millionaires family. How many of you, this is your first event with the Childcare Millionaires family? Go ahead and put newbie in the chat because we want to welcome you to the Childcare Millionaires family. And you're about to hear from one of our coaches, Dr. Connie Stewart, and she's going to help us get the right mindset for the new year. Because many of us need to dust off all of that residue from last year, and we need to walk into the power of being a decision maker, of having clarity, of also being that 7-figure chick that I know that we are. So I want to make sure that you are ready. So all of my new people, Kimmy, Patty, welcome. I see some of my oldie but goodies. Welcome, Carvella. Hey, Rachel. Welcome, Jante, for the first time. So we've already posted if we're a center or if we're home. And now hey, Ursula Bush is a newbie. I see Kimberly Polk. We want to welcome you to the Childcare Millionaires family. So over the next day, we have a jam-packed session for you guys. Thank you so much. Before we bring Dr. Connie, we are just going to share really quick some of the words of one of our members. And we want to really set the stage today to make sure that you are ready and you are experiencing everything that you need to experience.
Hi, my name is Francesca Velasquez, and I am from Stamford, Connecticut. And Childcare Millionaires has been amazing. I have learned to shift my mindset. I have learned to not work in my business, but work on my business. When I first met Brandy back during the pandemic, she taught me and gave me the confidence to give OPs, to have openers, so I didn't have to get up every morning at 5 o'clock in the morning to go open my center, because I was paying other people to do that. And I am so excited about what the future is going to bring me. Thank you.
All right, guys, and this is just the beginning. I'm really excited about all of the childcare owners and how they invested in themselves next year, but we're just getting started. We are here for you, and we want you to know every step of the way, in every transition, that we are going to be here to make an impact in your business. So without further ado, I will bring up our first guest to the stage today, and that is Dr. Connie Stewart. Hey, Connie, are you there?
Yes.
I am so excited that you're here. I know those of you who have heard Dr. C, you've heard Dr. Connie. Go ahead and prepare everybody to put on their wig, to readjust their glasses, to get their mindset ready, because we know that she always has power-packed information to help us make some transitions. So Dr. C, tell us a little bit about yourself. We have some newbies and they don't know the power of Dr. C.
Woo. Hello, everybody. I'm so excited. I am Dr. Connie Stewart, and I am the owner of Bloom University, where we cause all things to bloom. We connect your purpose with your passion. And in this setting, I am your performance coach. I help you with your mindset, your momentum, because it's all connected to your money. And so I'm excited to be here today because it's time to shift our mindset so we can have an amazing new year.
Awesome. Now, see, I know that you prepared some things, but I just have a few questions.
Sure.
I know even for you, I'm not just saying for the childcare industry, but people just had a really hard time adjusting, after coming out of COVID and trying to matriculate back into a sense of normalcy. What kind of tips or tools can you give us if, we're kind of in a rut right now? Now, I know you have some teaching, but I need for them to enter this space a little bit lighter. They're walking a little heavy. And I know that trouble don't last always. And I really, want everybody to enter this space thinking, hey, I can make it. It's a new year. So give us any tips you have for that.
All right. First off, let's declare that we survived. I think a lot of times we spend so much time in survival mode that we never pause and celebrate the fact that we survived. So if we could do that in the chat right now and just say, I survived, because we're starting something new. If you're here right now this morning, it's a sure indication that you survived. And let's just say we survived the worst. How about that? We survived the worst. It was unbelievable. It was unthinkable. Many of us had to pivot. And Brandy, I hate that word because initially, when I heard it, I thought of a tutu, I thought of a ballerina, and I thought that I was going to have some toe shoes on. And I realized, honey, I was pivoted in army boots. I had to put on camouflage fatigue because I was in the fight of my life. But can I suggest to us, number one, is to say that I survived and give yourself permission to start with a clean slate. Because what we do in survival mode, we don't do when we have a clean slate. Survival says I have to do what's necessary. I do things that I normally wouldn't do in order to get through a season. Can I tell you, you have survived one of the most unprecedented seasons of your life. But now that you survived, what did you learn and what can you use in your new season?
Okay, you already said a mouthful and you haven't even started teaching yet. Definitely know when I'm in survival mode, that's definitely different from thriving mode. And when I'm in survival mode, I'm not thinking about how to get ahead. I'm just thinking about how can I get through it, Yeah. And I'm in a position now where I want to get ahead. And if you're with me and you want to get ahead, I want you to say, I'm ready to move forward. I saw a post in the group and it literally almost brought me to tears. And people were talking about closing down. And as you know, I declared in the beginning of the pivot, in the beginning of the pandemic, that you either pivot or perish. But what I'm not doing is I'm not closing my doors. Right. And I've had some hard days. I've had some days where went from 160 kids to 12 kids. I've had days where I've had 25 staff members and other days where I had 5. We've had days, and I know if this is you and you can relate, let us know. We've had days where we've had to, close and quarantine. But in the midst of it all, I'm still standing and you're still standing. And there has been so many unexpected blessings over the last year. So many unexpected relationships formed that even though some of the year was bittersweet, Dr. C, I refuse to put myself in a space of complaint, of bitterness, or even allow my mind to think about giving up. But it's been hard, Yes. It's been hard for some of us. And so on today, guys, as Dr. C is talking, I want you to declare that this is a fresh start. If you're ready for that fresh start, if you're ready to move forward, if you're ready to cross this line from survival to I'm ready to thrive again, I want you to put ready in the chat. Now, Dr. C, I'm going to let you do your work because I know that you're able to bring us to this point where we're getting out of this mode of thriving and feeling discouraged. But before you do, I got to ask everybody to do a favor. If you haven't shared this video, please share the video. If you haven't gotten your success pack, I'm going to be dropping the link below because your success pack is going to give you access to the replays and all of the resources for the summit. It's only $21. It's so worth the investment. So I'm going to drop that link. Dr. Connie, I'm turning it over to you. And if you need to at all, you have any tech support, just call my name and I will be right there. We're going to try to help as much as we can. All right?
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Listen, hello, everybody. I am so excited to be with you. Again, one of my favorite groups. Don't tell anybody, but one of my favorite groups. I love you guys so much. You are so amazing. And I'm so grateful to be back with you this year. My assignment today is to talk about a new mindset for a new school year. And so, again, the key word is new. Things are new. And I know last year we had to move different, but the reality was we had to keep moving. Right? We had to move different. You know, like I told Brandy, I hated the word pivot because in my mind, it was this beautiful thing. I used to be a dancer, so I knew about ballet. And so I thought about a tutu and I'm just, pliing and relevating. And then I realized that this was lasting longer than I thought it was. And so I realized that I really had to hunker down and it was the survival of the fittest. But what I also recognize is that it also caused purpose to come alive because it was in this season that you had to realize that this was what you really were called to do. This is when you realize that that you were a first responder, that you were necessary in a season of crisis. Did anybody realize how necessary you were in a season of crisis, that when you wanted to give up, when you wanted to throw in the towel, you could not, because some family, some single mother, some single parent needed you to be open. And so I want us to focus on what does moving forward look like. We have a new year, so now we have a new opportunity to have a clean slate, a fresh start, a new beginning. What does that actually look like? And so let's say this about survival mode, because I've been there, and many of us throughout our lives, we've had to move unexpectedly. Life challenges happen and we had to do things that we normally didn't do. Anybody ever had to move on the run and you moved from one location to the next, and because you were in survival mode, you didn't even want to unpack. You were living out of suitcases. You were living out of boxes because you didn't realize that you had survived. I have been in some really bad circumstances where I have moved and I was so used to fighting that even though I had survived, I still had my fist up. I was still in a defensive mode. And what I don't want you to do is in this new season, bring an old fight. Who am I talking to? That you have been in survival mode so long that you don't even realize that you're standing in a new season, that you're standing in a fresh start, that you're standing in a new beginning, and you still have your fist up. You're still trying to fight. You're still trying to survive. I want you to recognize today that you have survived one of the worst seasons of your life. And so with survival, we have to pause and say, now, what is the clarity I gain out of this? What is the momentum that I should get from this? What did I learn from my last season that I can bring into my new season? So number one, if I'm going to have a new mindset for a new school year, number one, I need to stop and review. Somebody type review in the chat. Because the pandemic also showed us not just our goals, but I believe that the pandemic showed us our gaps. It showed us where things were working and where things were not. And sometimes we needed to know that. It takes crisis for us to recognize. So number one, I need to review. I need to review what's still important in this new year. What's still important in this new season? I need to reevaluate my priorities. What was priority last season may not be priority in this new year. So the first thing that I need to do is I need to review. If I'm going to have a new mindset, I need to review what worked and what didn't. I need to review what's still important. Yes, I had to move, but I had to move differently. Yes, I had to do some different things. Yes, I had to change some things around. And so now I need to reevaluate my priorities. What was important and what was not? What was just scaffolding and what was foundational? Last season, we had to scaffold. We needed some support that we normally didn't need. We had to put some things to help hold up the building or hold up the center, but now I no longer need them. So I need to review what worked and what didn't, and what was used just for survival. So this is a good time in these 48 hours that we have. They're going to be power packed. But in order for you to get what you need, you're going to have to hit the reset button. You're going to have to reset your mindset. I am no longer in survival mode. I have survived. But now it's time for me as a center owner and a director to review what works, what's still important, and what do I need for this new season. Okay. And now after I review, number 2 is I need to release. So number 2, I need to release. Sometimes that's the hardest thing to do, to let go of what no longer serves you, to let go of what no longer is important. Yes, I used it in that season, but it's not important in this one. Yes, it worked last season, but it's not going to serve us for where we're about to go. Greater is coming. There is more. And in order for me to thrive, I've got to be willing to let go of the things that no longer serve me. Release. Today is a good day to release what worked last season, but you've realized will not work for where you're going. This is a good time to release. You might have relaxed your rules. You might have relaxed your culture. You might have relaxed some of your vision and your mission, but you don't need it now because you have a fresh start, a new beginning, and a clean slate. So now I need to be able to release. Sometimes to release things is the best way to complete it. I have to stamp final on some things. I have to say that, hey, it worked last season, but that is done with. We're done with it. I've stamped final on it. We no longer need it. We can take it off the wall. We can ball it up. We can throw it away. It served us well. It kept the doors open. It kept our mindset straight, but we no longer need it. We are standing under a clean slate, a fresh start, and a new beginning. We need to review. We need to release. Then number 3, we need to refocus. But here it is. It's number 3 because I cannot refocus until I release. And some of us have started out trying to refocus, but we still have old things in the new place that we're trying to start. So we need to refocus. We need to choose at least 1 to 3 things that we need to focus on for this new year. Not just you, but everybody that serves in your center. This is something, and I hope Brandy is listening, but this is something that I've been talking to my team about that I want you guys to implement. Number 1, we have to refocus by making sure everybody knows their roles. When we begin to look at your center, when we begin to look at what you do, we need to make sure that we refocus in a place that people understand their roles. I have 3 roles. Number 1, you as the owner, you as a director, you as those that are employees under you. There are roles or lanes, if you will, and we keep having traffic jams. We keep having accidents because people are not in their lane, they're not in their role, and they're not in their position. So I want you to think about when you refocus, remember this. Number 1, you as the CEO, you as the owner, you as the visionary, your responsibility is to cast vision. What does new look like? What does thriving look like? What does this new year look like? It is up to you to cast vision. I was out of town, and I was out of town working, and they took me to a restaurant. I go to the restaurant, and the wait was about an hour or so. And so they told me, they were bragging on the food and how good it was. Anybody a foodie? They told me how good the food was. So they said it would be worth the wait. And I was like, cool, that's great. And so guess what? I got in, when I finally got to my seat, I look up on the wall, and there's this framed picture. And in the picture, there were 4 circles. Okay. In the first 2 were locations of his restaurant. I was in one, but there was another. Then there were 2 circles below it, and they were empty. But it was a sign that there were 2 more locations that he wanted to have. Now, next to those were a little branches, and one said food truck. So not only did he have 2 locations, but he had a food truck. And then he had other branches that were empty, which told me that next to the other locations, he wanted a food truck. What was he doing? He was casting vision. He was not there, but he had vision on the wall. He had vision so clear that people knew his start, but they also knew where he was going. In this season that you refocus, you have to know, as the visionary, as the CEO, as the owner, that you need to write the vision and make it plain. Your job in this season is to let them see what thriving looks like. Your job in this season is to provide the roadmap to where we're going. If we're going to reset, if we're going to have a new mindset for a new year, what does the new year look like? It should be on the wall. It should be visible that eyes can see. That is your job as a visionary, as a CEO, as a founder, as an owner, as the boss that you are. You should be casting vision. Number 1. Number 2, you hire directors, administrative staff who work alongside you. They should be protecting vision. Oh, I'm trying to help you in this refocus. It is a new year. You have pivoted. You have survived. I heard Brandy say pivot or perish, and I declare that nobody's going to perish because we have pivoted, but the pivot was our preparation, because this is our season of performance. The pivot was our preparation for a season of performance. You have prepared. I'm telling you, if you can survive chaos and a crisis, you have prepared yourself to perform at your highest level this new season. You have prepared yourself to perform at the highest level of potential in this new season. But you have to surround yourself with the right people. So number 2, your director, your administrative team should be protecting vision. They ought to know the vision so well that they become an extension of you. I'm at the restaurant. I'm waiting. The wait is an hour. The manager is coming to check on us. They realize that I am from out of town. They realize that I am a first-time guest. They're coming to check on me. They don't want me to get weary in my wait. They don't want me to get up and leave. There are other restaurants all around the city. I could get up and go and walk in one that I could sit down. They come to me to make sure I'm okay. They bring me a menu so that I can look at it, so I'll be prepared to order. They are protecting vision. The visionary is not there, but he has put vision on the wall. But he has managers, he has staff that are making sure the vision is protected. So they're coming to check on their customer while I'm in waiting. They're coming to make sure that I'm doing okay. Would I like some water while I wait? They are there to protect vision. You have to know that you have the right people in the right place. We're on number 3. We're just talking about refocusing. What does refocus look like? Refocus looks like everybody in their proper place in your facility, everybody in their proper role in your organization, everybody understanding what it is they were hired to do. Your director, your administrative team are there to protect vision. They're not there to be buddy with everybody. They're not there to be like. They are there to protect vision, to protect the mission statement, to protect the culture that has been created, the atmosphere that has been created. They are there to protect vision. Then number 3 in your facility are people that you hire to work. So now your employees work vision. Am I helping anybody? Because I'm telling you, a part of your refocus, and I know in this last season, people were doing everything that needed to be done. People got out of their lane, they got out of position, they got out of place, but it was because they had to, not because that was the way it was supposed to be. And that's why it's so important to review. And then it's important to release. Yes, we were a little chaotic last year because we had to do what we needed to do to survive. But now that we have survived, we need to refocus. I need you to get back in your proper place. It's like a director when he's getting ready to put everybody on the stage for a play. He begins to say, places everyone in this season, those that are connected to you, that are connected to your business, your organization, your center, they need to know their place. They need to know what they were hired to do. Employees are hired to work vision. That is their job. You come every day with the mindset that I know why I'm hired. I was hired to do a job. This center is trusting me with their vision and their mission. I am a part of the culture. I am here to work vision. Oh my goodness, here comes your refocus. You've got to know who's hired to do what, and then give them permission to do it. Am I helping anybody? Because I done got y'all know I get excited real quick. Huh? Employees are hired to work vision. You are there to cast vision. Where are we going? What does next look like? What does this new year look like? Then you have those that your director and your administrative team that come to protect vision. They're not tattletales. They're not trying to get anybody in trouble. They are hired to protect your brand, to protect your mission, to protect the culture, to protect the standards that you have created. So they are hired to protect vision. So this is a good time in these next 48 hours for you to focus, to realign everybody that is on your payroll. If you're paying them, pay them to do their job. If you're paying them, make sure that they are in the right place doing the right thing. It's a good time, this next 48 hours, to refocus, to decide or determine who's out of place. Because the reality is this, let me tell you something. Sometimes when we put people back in place, they may feel like it's a demotion. But the reality is when I get in my right place, it's really a promotion. Oh my goodness, because you don't realize that when staff members are out of place, they are just as frustrated as you are because they know they weren't hired to protect vision. They were hired to work vision. So release them to go back to their lane. It is a new year, but it's going to start with a new mindset. And that new mindset starts with you first. I wish somebody would say, I need to hit the reset button. I've got to hit the reset. We've still, even right now, we've been in survival mode. Even right now, I need to have a survival party. I need to grab some camo. I need to tell them to wear camo to work and let them know that we're having a survivors only party. We have survived, but I need to stamp final that we're no longer operating in survival mode. Sometimes you got to get on your PA system. You've got to send out a text or a tweet and say, I came to announce we have survived. And because we have, we've got to hit the reset button. You've got to be able to effectively review what you learned in your last season, but then you also have to be able to determine what is necessary for where you're going. Some things were good last season, but they're not necessary for where you're going. You loosened up the dress code. You allowed them to do things in this last season that you normally wouldn't allow. You have to make an announcement that that season is over. I lowered the standard. I allowed the standard to be lowered, but now I'm raising the bar back up. You've got to make an announcement that that season is over. I wish somebody would just hit the reset button. It's time for me to reset my mind so I can reset the momentum in my center. I'm telling you, your momentum, your speed, how fast you get there, how fast you meet your goals is going to be connected to your mindset. So review, release, but refocus. You've got to make sure that those three are in their proper place. Does that make sense to anybody? Somebody say, I got to work on those that's supposed to work vision. But now you got to have a protection conversation with those that you hire to protect vision. When you show up, it ought to look like what it's supposed to look like. But it all starts with you casting vision. It needs to be visible. It needs to be oozing out of you. You are the first indication of the atmosphere or the culture or what that center should look like. How are you showing up? It does matter. How are you showing up in this season? So now we're reviewing, We're releasing, we refocus. And here's the thing, after we refocus comes the recharge. I can't even recharge my team. I can't even get them motivated till I get them in the proper place. I can't even recharge the atmosphere until I make sure that everybody understands their role, their position, and their placement. Come on, we're preparing for growth. We're preparing to add another comma. We're prepared. Oh God, we're preparing to get to the bank this season. But how do I do that? I have to recharge everybody that is connected to me in order to achieve the goal. How do I recharge? I've got to be able to document so I can delegate. This is a season that documentation is very important. I've got to be able to document so I can delegate. What a tragedy to have all of these people around you, but nobody can help you because everything that needs to be done is in your head. One of my favorite phrases, and I love to say, if it's not written, it's not real. So you have to write it down. It needs to be documented. You have all of these ideas for your tours and for the reopening, all of the things that you want to do. But guess what? It's running in your head. When people ask you, how can I help you? You don't know what to say. So you're frustrated, but they're frustrated. They're frustrated because they know they were hired to help, but you're frustrated because it's not written. So you don't have a way to show them how to help. You don't have a way to delegate or pass on responsibility. But this is a season that you're hitting the reset button. You're going to get your mind in the proper place. You're going to recharge and refuel. You got to get some gas in the tank for where you're going. You have people that are ready to ride with you, but they cannot ride on empty. Document so that you can delegate. It must be written. If it's not written, it's not real. In order for them to achieve the goal, they've got to see the goal. You've got to ask for help from others. You have to allow people to do what it is you hired them to do. That means I have to be able to trust them to do what I'm asking them to do. Trust is earned. So you give them assignments, little assignments at a time to see what they do with it. Allow them to make the necessary decisions. Look and see what they do when you're not around. And you can always tweak what they do. You can always teach them just not your way, but your mindset. So here's what I do. I give my staff or my team an assignment. I watch what they do. And then after they made the decision, I come back and I give positive feedback before I give the correction. So I tell them, I'm so glad that you were confident enough to make a decision. I'm so glad of the outcome of the decision. Now, here's what my thoughts would have been, and this is what I would have done, because people want to operate and function like you do, but you can't just teach them your way. You have to teach them your mind. So that's why it's so important in this season that you hit the reset button and your mindset is clear, that you're not teaching them just survival, but you're teaching them the roadmap to success. Did y'all hear that? We don't want to just teach them survival, but we want to teach them the blueprint or the roadmap to success. This is your year for sinner success. I know you feel like the doors almost closed. I know you feel like you almost fainted. You almost threw in the towel. You almost gave up, but the key word is almost. You almost, but you didn't. But what were your secrets of success? I kept my mind clear. I kept my focus in view. I remembered why I started. There is a recharge, but it comes from you. There is an energy. There is a momentum. People have to know your story. If they're going to work with you, they need to know why you started. They need to know why you're so passionate. Oh, I didn't just start it because I didn't have nothing else to do. I started because I had a dream. I started because I knew I was a solution to a problem. I started because I knew I was not just affecting one family, but what I was doing was going to affect grandparents, aunties, uncles. It was going to be a ripple effect. I started because there was a problem in my own life as it related to childcare, and I rose up to be a solution. I wanted to get a community, a team that would help raise young people, that we could leave an impact and an imprint on the life of young people, that we could give them something that they were not getting. What is your story? What what's going to charge your center, what's going to cause momentum to come, that people don't think they're just coming to work, but they know that they're coming to purpose. That people don't feel like they're just coming to work, but they know that they are part of the solution, that they can now have pride when they show up. They're not just showing up humdrum, but they realize that they're connected to something that's bigger than them. They know that they're affecting little Johnny Johnson, but they don't realize the impact that they're having on Mom and Dad Johnson. They don't realize the impact that they're having on Grandma and Grandpa Johnson. They don't realize that everything that this child is learning, everything that you're instilling and pouring into their life is a ripple effect to their entire family. We have to stop and recharge those that are connected to us, because the reality is, while you're casting vision, they are an extension of you. Some parents see them before they ever see you. And the reality is, when they see them, they ought to see you, because what's on you should be on them. This is, in this next 48 hours, you need to create a recharge strategy. How do I get the excitement, the passion, the momentum up in my business? Now, y'all know, if I was in person, you know, by now I would have took my shoes off, because y'all done got me excited and stirred up, because I'm telling you, this is your moment. Some of y'all have pushed pause. You're in your office, you closed the door. This is your private moment to hit the reset button. This is your opportunity, these 48 hours, to decide that I will no longer operate in survival mode. This is a new year. This is a new beginning. I have new goals, and we are going to thrive. Our surviving season is over. There are some of you on here right now that you had made up your mind that I'm closing the doors. I can't do it another day. It's too hard. It's too difficult. But I came to be a shot of B12 for you to get your passion back, for you to get your purpose back, for you to remember why you started. Refuse to be defeated. Refuse to close the doors. No, I'm making up my mind that I'm going to review. Yes, it was a hard season, but I'm going to review what worked and what served me and what did not. And I'm going to have the courage to release that last season. I'm going to have the courage to take off the ballerina slippers. I'm not pivoting, because now the pivot has prepared me for what's next. I am releasing that struggle mentality. I am releasing the anxiety and the panic. I am releasing the frustration that rested upon my shoulders, because I didn't know what every day was going to bring me. I didn't know what was going to happen from week to week. I didn't know what every month was going to look like, but I am going to release the stress. I'm going to release the drama. And sometimes we got to put stress and drama together, and I call it strama. Oh, some of us had some strama days. It was stress and drama mixed together. But today, I'm giving you permission to release it. The weight and the burden, the anxiety on your mind that you went through, the silent frustrations that you had that you could not share with anybody. This is your moment to release. Hit the reset button. Find you a button in your office. Find you a desk and just hit it. Let it be symbolic that this is a new school year. I'm expecting something new. I'm looking for something new. I'm declaring that all things have become new. Why? Because new starts with me. So I want you to recharge. Oh boy. And then here's the last one. Reload. After I recharge, I need to reload, because the reality is, you always had what you needed, but now I just need to reload. You know, I love to watch Law and Order. I love to watch NCIS. And sometimes people think just because you out of bullets, you don't have no more bullets. No, I just need to reload. Yeah. I just need to reload. No, I'm not out of bullets. Let's be clear. No, I'm not out of moves. No, I'm not out of shifts. I just need to reload. And so what does your reload look like? You're on mute.
I said, I'm trying to keep myself in the seat.
Oh my God. So we need to reload. I'm coming to a close. We need to reload. What does this new, I'm talking to visionaries now. What does this new year look like? I see even Brandy put in the chat, what's your why? What does this new year look like? Ask yourself these questions. Only you can answer them. What does it look like? And then the next question is, have you showed it to your team? What good is it to know what it looks like, but nobody else can see it? What does this new year look like? And then have you created the roadmap to get there? What part do they play? What are the necessary moves? What are the necessary steps that need to happen? It is a new year, but you have to make a decision if it's going to be new for you. It is a new year, and it's filled with new opportunities, new wins, new enrollments, new students, new money. It's new. But the question is, will you hit the reset button? Will you make the decision in these next 48 hours that I'm coming with a new mindset for this new school year?
Well, I'm going to try to unmute my mic. Give me 1 second. You guys go ahead and answer that question in the chat. Go ahead, Connie.
Okay. So what does it look like? What does your, and I know some of y'all were on the ledge, but I just snatched you back. Some of y'all were like, I'm walking away. I'm passing on keys. I'm letting you go. No, you're not. No, you're not. I'm snatching you back. No, we're gonna reload. No, there is a way. I just need to figure it out. I need to have a team huddle. I need to make some decision. What does this new year look like? What is the theme? What is the roadmap? What is going to be your writing on the wall? How many of you need to have a survival party, that you need to make an announcement in your center that we survived, so nobody shows up this year still in survival mode? Some of y'all, when you hit the reset button, you need to stamp final on the last season so you can walk into this new season, so you can give everybody else permission to walk into this new season, to show up with a new mindset, to show up with new goals, to show up ready for new wins, to show up making a new impact.
Okay, I think my sound is good. Is there feedback?
Yes.
Okay, great. And my lipstick is brighter. You know, I had to put on my boots while you were talking. You helped me so much, because I'm talking to owners every day, and they're on the edge, you know, and some of them have climbed up to the top, and now they're on the ledge, and we're not jumping off. Yeah. So I want to just thank you. What you just delivered to us helped me even in this moment, because I want you guys to know that you're going to have cycles of ease, and then all of a sudden you may have a time of turbulence, but that doesn't mean you're not in the right place. That just means you're equipped. And a lot of times, Dr. C, I would think when things would happen, and this was my mindset, you know, because there's a lack mindset and there's a growth mindset. So sometimes I would think when things were happening, what did I do wrong? Or why do I deserve this? Or this is too much. But now I've changed that thinking, and I've learned to reset. And I always say, now, what am I supposed to learn from this? What is this developing me to do? Because if you can't handle the small problems, and problems get different at every level. I'm going to tell you guys, problems get different between a home and a center, between 1 center and 2, between 2 center and 5. But if not you, who? If you're not going to bring quality childcare to your community, who is? If you're not going to employ people in your community, who is? If you're not going to take care of kids that would otherwise be in an unsafe situation, who is? So instead of thinking now of what's wrong, I think of what am I going to learn from this? How much stronger I'm going to be, you know? And it was just a flip of mindset for me.
Absolutely. And I think even in that flipping of mindset, we have to realize, is this trouble or is this really training for my next level, for where I'm getting ready to go, for my expansion? And sometimes it's the decision, because when I think I'm in trouble, I act different than when I'm in training. When I'm in trouble, I'm just trying to get out of trouble. But when I'm in training, I'm trying to get all I can and can all I get. So sometimes it is the flip of mindset that this is not a season of trouble, but this is a season of training. I realize I can do more with less. I realize who knows how to step up to the plate in the midst of crisis. I realize my purpose. I realize that this is really what I want to do, because if I wanted out, this would have been a good time to get out. But I realize who I serve and the impact that I make in my community.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I just want to tell all the Elevation Mastermind members how lucky they are. If you don't know, Dr. C coaches in our Elevation Mastermind only. But she does sprinkle us some love at our conferences and our summits. And I'm just going to say that you changed my world today. I mean, you changed my world today because it's so true. And a lot of times I'm giving, but I sit and listen to receive. And I feel like I am going to reset. I am going to refocus. I am going to make sure the employees are working. You know, they're working the vision. I'm listening. The directors are there to protect the vision.
Yes.
So what do they need to do if they have somebody that's not working and not protecting? Let's go ahead and get in their business.
Absolutely. And that's why I say, I think, and that's the beauty of it, is to go back and reassess their roles so that they are really clear on what it is you hired them to do. I keep saying hired them to do because we're paying people, but we're not allowing them to do what we hired them to do. And so I think we need to really be clear and go back to their duties and responsibilities, because a lot of times we hire directors, but they're so busy trying to be friends to the vision that they're not protecting the vision. Their job is to protect. Administrators are normally the people that are not liked because their job is to protect vision, is to highlight what's not working and to make sure that people are connected to the vision. So I think we need to have courageous conversations and friendly reminders and continue to train and teach. It is important to pour in to those that we hire and remind them of their responsibilities and duties, and then step back and allow them to do them.
And you know what, Dr. C, that I've learned is when you don't allow people to do that, it kills their self-esteem too. It kills their trust factor too. I always tell you, you can't be on my payroll if you're not on my team. So some of us, in assessing and refocusing, we got to decide, you know, how can these people be reset? And most people can. But also in the reset, if not, then who? And you have to be willing and able to say, I love my business enough that I'm going to find the right people. And I love myself enough that I'm going to let toxic people, or let lazy people, or let people who are not carrying my vision like they would carry my newborn baby, I'm not going to allow them to ruin what we have going on. And even if that person is you, sometimes we are the person that needs to be reset. And if you know that that's you, go ahead and say, ouch. That's me. I'm going to reset myself. Go ahead and make the declaration now. Because it's only a negative if you're not willing to fix it. It's not a negative if you're willing to take the time and make it right. So if that's you and you know you need to reset yourself, I want you to go ahead and let me know in the chat. Dr. C, I know our time has shifted a little bit, and I know our time is almost up. But in closing, I know you have a few more minutes, but I want to make sure you guys, if you have any questions, you drop them in the chat. We'll try to answer a few questions on, about resetting, about moving forward. Most of you are saying you're ready to move forward. You're ready to reset. And real quick, if you have not shared this video, we want you to share it. If you have not got your summit pack, we want you to get it so you can have this replay. How many of you, you're going to listen to this replay? You're going to listen to Dr. C again. I'm going to listen to it in the morning. Because those are the exact steps that we need to take in my child care centers. And those are the exact steps that I feel like we can all put into play to give ourselves the fresh start. to go ahead and release everything that happened. You know, we can change our function from surviving to thriving with these simple little steps that she's given us today. So Dr. C, give us a few closing words. I'm going to see if there's anyone in the Facebook who has any questions. If you have questions, please add them. Please add the questions. And we thank you. She said she asked, I need to write these nuggets down. Yes, you need to listen again. That's why we offer the replays. You can get all of the resources in the replays for just $21, and the link is at the bottom. How many of you know that you're going to change something? You know that you're going to change something. Let us know. Dr. C, and recap those R's just in case people didn't come in. They're just coming in.
Okay.
If you missed it, go watch the replay.
Go watch the replay. My goodness.
Watch the replay.
Yeah. So the R's again are review. And this is us coming out of survival mode, resetting our mindset. You need to review. You need to release. You need to refocus. You need to recharge. And you need to reload. Number 1, review. Number 2, release. Number 3, refocus. Number 4, recharge. And then number 5, reload. You know, and here's the thing about that release. Some of us just need to release our fears. Sometimes it's hard for us to trust people with our center or with our vision or with our babies. But again, in order for it to grow and get where you want it to be, you're going to have to release your fears. You're going to have to get the right people around you that you can trust, that you can pour into, build their confidence so that they can be the leader that you hired them to be. So sometimes it's us that need to release our own fears, our own disappointments, our own doubts, so that we can embrace the help that has come to surround us. So today is a good day for you to release the things that are holding you back so you can help push your team forward.
Absolutely. So thank you so much, Dr. C, for being with us today. I want you guys to go in the chat and drop what you learned. We always talk about taking action. Janice says, that's my coach. And shout out to all of our Elevation Mastermind members. I see you. If you're in the Elevation Mastermind, go ahead and put Elevation. I see Sheila and Teresa and Leslie.
Now, hey.
We want to say hello to all of you, Queen. And in a moment, we'll be celebrating some other people, but we're going to be showing a few videos of some of you who came to our last summit, and we got some special announcements. Just to give you a little bit of nitty gritty, Dr. C, what's going on. Next up, we have Rahul Beri from Pre to 3, and after him, we're going to take a really, really quick break so you guys can check on your centers. Not a very long break. Don't even try it, but we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back. But he's going to be talking to us about management. Once you have this reset, now you have to have some tools, and we want to make sure that you guys have all the tools you need. Dr. C, you're always a jewel to us. We appreciate you more than we can say. I see Monica and Aaliyah on, they're cheering you. So if you guys in the chat, if you're on live, and it's almost 100 of us. I know we can break 100. It's almost 100 of us. If you can just give Dr. C a thank you for me, let her know that you appreciate her. If you give her a thank you for me, I would definitely appreciate that. It's not easy. It's not easy taking on the weight of what's on your team. It's not easy taking on the weight of that many 7-figure earners, but you do it with ease. And I definitely thank you. She always has something encouraging to say. So you guys give her some love in the chat as we're moving forward. Dr. C, we appreciate you. Give me just one moment and I will make sure if you have any, you can say your goodbyes and then I will go ahead and remove you from the stream.
Alrighty. Listen, I enjoyed you guys so much. Listen, buckle your seatbelts and prepare for this information over this next 48 hours. It is a part of your winning strategy, and I want to announce to you that this is your winning season. Just hit the reset button.
All right, guys. Thank you for listening in and tuning in with Dr. C. I'm just so grateful to be here with you guys today. And if you know anything about me, you know that I truly have a heart for this industry. I work alongside you in my center every single day. And without without help and without support, this could be a very, very lonely industry. But with the right support and the right tools, we can move so much faster and so much further. So we're going to get ready for our next speaker. And while we do, we have something special to share with you. Give me 1 second. I don't think we are hearing the video. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, guys. We're going to show this video a different way. And while we do that, we're going to give you guys 30 seconds to regroup, and then we'll bring on the video and bring up our next speaker, which is Rahul. Awesome. We're going to try this again.
Queen of Borders from Jonesboro, Arkansas. I connected with Childcare Millionaires during the pandemic. Oh, what a great investment in myself it was. I joined the membership in August of 2020. From August of 2020 up until now, it has been absolutely phenomenal. The wealth of knowledge that I have gained by being connected with this group of women with like-minded, a support group, women who do what I do on a daily. Oh my gosh, it has been phenomenal in so many ways. The retreat on this weekend was worth every penny spent plus some. I've gained new friendships, relationships. I've gained a better sense of business on this weekend, and I recommend you to join the membership if you are at that point of wanting your business to grow.
When we met her, she was in a situation that is our mastermind member, Miss Queen of Borders. And I just love the way that she is always willing to share and she is willing to give of herself. So as you go throughout this week, we are going to introduce you to some of our members, our elevation members, as well as mastermind members, as well as our accelerator members, because we're all at different points, but we all have the same goal: to grow our business. And that's why I have invited my good friend, Mr. Rahul Beri. How are you doing, Rahul?
Brandy, it's so good to see you. And I'm doing fantastic. It's Friday morning in Bay Area, so I'm doing awesome.
Awesome. So, Rahul, can you hear me great?
I can hear you great.
Okay, perfect. I'm so excited. Like, I'm going to tell you a secret. I don't know if it's a secret, but most people know you from Pre to Three, but they don't even know that you own your own child care centers. And that's why I love you, because sometimes we're talking, you're like, I have open house tonight, or we're doing this. And I love people who find solutions for childcare, who actually work in childcare. So I'm going to give you a minute to introduce yourself before we get into how we can up level our management and our ability to become childcare champs and manage our business better. So go ahead and give us a little introduction.
Great. Hi, millionaires. My name is Rahul Beri. I am founder of Pre-to-3. And what our app does is we do a lot of heavy lifting for all the childcare centers from the back end. We are the back end boys, you can say. We are not as, we do all the heavy lifting for you: automation, marketing, branding, money management, fee management. These are the things which I do. As Brandy said, my family, my wife owns childcare centers, 3 locations in Silicon Valley. And it has been an awesome journey with Childcare Millionaires. Learning and contributing has been great. So yeah, that's me. Like, anything in childcare which needs a solution, even if I don't have, I would love to get on that problem and solve it for you guys. I mean, that's what my thing has been for last almost more than 10 years. I have been in childcare. I think I'm the one of the very few people who do international childcare. We had childcare in India. We did some work for the Canadian government in childcare, and we are in US. So multinational, focused on childcare, improving the lives of owners, staff, and families.
Well, wow. Now, see, now I'm learning something new, and I'm supposed to be your childcare best friend. Now, why did I knew that you guys had done some work with Canada, especially when you did the app, but I had no idea that you had students at home in India. Okay, I want to come. Can I come? Can I be invited?
Yes, I have invited you in the past once. I think we spoke about a few months back. I said that, we should do a conference in India where, like, we can invite all the childcares in India, and they would love to be in this conference. Like, I definitely want you to come to India.
Oh my goodness, I'm going. I love to travel. And I know that you went home recently. Is there any differences in childcare in other countries, or is the expectation the same?
The expectations are same. I think basically the families have started seeing childcare as a service. The millennials are the parent of 2 years and 3 years and 4-year-old have started seeing childcare as a service, whereas the owners have started seeing have had that mindset where they are thinking that they're doing some good to the society. So the owners come from a different mindset. Oh, we are doing great to the society, whereas the consumers or the customers, they think that it's just a service industry. You're providing a service. I think that match, it's same in US, it's same in India, it's same in Canada. I've seen all the 3 countries. So yeah.
Absolutely. I don't think parents know what we do at all. Sometimes I think, I'm like, you don't really know what we do at all. And I always tell childcare owners, teachers, directors, and this is a message for all, be very proud of what you do. A lot of times we have those kids way more than their parents. So we have a big impact. One of the things I told my staff, Rahul, I never want to hear, well, I don't know what they do at home. I don't know either. But what I do know is that we have them 40, sometimes 50 hours a week, and we have a huge impact that we can make on that child. And as an owner, and I want to congratulate all of you. So go ahead and put congratulations in the chat. I'm rooting for you. Guys, you're the cornerstone of the American economy. If we don't go to work, nobody goes to work. And so I want you to be proud that even though it's a service and some people don't respect it, like public school teachers or university professors, I want you to have pride in the profession. Childcare is a worthy profession. And you should have esteem it so the rest of the world can esteem it as well. So I want to say congratulations to all of you childcare owners that's making a difference and making an impact in your community. Now to the nitty gritty. Now, Rahul, I invited you here today because me and you share a secret. And our secret is that we know that as successful as some of our owners and directors are, they really struggle with the management side of childcare.
Right.
And I know that you have some solutions for us. So these are the things that I hear, and you can tell me in the chat if you hear this too, or if this is a yes, you're struggling with this, let me know. Number one, if you struggle with this, let me know in the chat. Keeping up with your payments. You're not sure who paid you, if they paid you on time, if they got a late fee. If you've ever had a payment slip through the cracks for a few weeks, if you ever struggle with your payments, I want you to put a number 1 in the chat. Number 2, if you struggle with the second thing, I want you to put a number 2 in the chat. If you ever struggle with communicating with your whole community, your parents and teachers, at the push of a button, you can send out a mass message. If you've ever struggled with that, I want you to put a number 2 in the chat. Oh, I see some 1s and 2s. We're going to have some DJs in a minute. If you've ever struggled with communicating with your stakeholders. All right, it looks like we're in the right place, Rahul. Number 3, if your business has ever struggled in getting seen on the internet, popping up first on Google, right? If you've ever struggled with having that presence on Facebook, I want you to put a number 3 in the chat. See, there are 3 things that make you a childcare champ, I believe. 1, first of all, attracting the right staff so you can take care of students. 3, getting the right amount of enrollments so you can be profitable. That's 2. And number 3, being able to manage your business where you can reduce your time and stress. That is the things that make you a childcare champ. This allows you to get bigger, get stronger, get better, and get automated. So Rahul is going to come today and he's going to teach us a few things. And based on the comment, I think you're in the right place, Rahul.
Thank you, Brandy. Thank you so much. So I would like to start with a question. And that question would be to all the participants over here. What do you think is the most important commodity you have? You can put it on chat. Let me know. What do you think? I think the most important commodity as business owners or as human beings is time. That's the most important commodity you have. It's never going to, you are never going to get it more. You have the same 24 hours as anybody else. Now, the point is, how do you utilize to increase your business? That's your purpose. That's the purpose of your life. So how do you do that? That's where I think most critical thing or most critical element would be technology or management. Whether you are managing your money, whether you are managing your communication, whether you are managing your staff members, whether you are managing your community of families, it's that automation which really helps you to be on top of things rather than being in the things or being inside the task. I think that's very important as far as I'm concerned. And that is where I see most of the childcare owners are kind of little laid back or they are trying to adapt. The sooner they do it, the faster they see the results. It is much better for all of the business owners to make sure their job is to be on the business, to figure out the best technology, best people, and best solution to run the business. You are not going to be running your business being inside a business. You can only run your business if you are on top of everything. That's where technology helps. How can we help? And in being technology, second point would be enrollments. I think the bloodline or lifeline of any business is having a constant flow of customers, a continuous waitlist system. You cannot have an open seat available, no open spots. You should always have a wait list. That's what is important. Be it you are full Today you are full. You never know. There might be a competition coming up. I talk to a lot of childcare owners. They say, oh, you know what? We are full. Now that's great. I mean, you did a great job. You are full. How about always being full? The power to say no is something which I believe is a very, very positive. It creates a very positive impact. When you tell someone, no, I don't have a spot, have you thought that the parent would want to be in your center even more? Like, oh, they have a wait list. I need to get there fast. I need to go, I need to enroll my child fast, even before birth. So that's how important it is to being to be full in entire year. Have a wait list. So that is important. Reach out to always have that enrollment strategy and plan in place. The third important point, what I think, is money management. It's not a good thing to run after your customers for money. That's we are not in business of chasing our customers. They don't have to chase us for service. We provide. We are there every day, starting at 5 o'clock in the morning or 5:30 or 6 o'clock. Have you ever seen a parent calling you at 5 o'clock? Oh, will you be there at 5:30? You're always there. Your staff is always there. So you need to get paid. So that another point, which I would like to say, money management. You should always make sure you are having systems in place where you don't have to chase parents. I think that's where Pre-to-3 comes into play. We provide you a package to grow your brand, to have a continuous flow of enrollments. Every day you get a query. Every day parents are looking for you. Every day you get a call from in your neighborhood. You are number one. You are the to-go facility. That's our goal. And that happens through a very strategic planning, which we have in place. Number two, it is important to manage your center. Pre-to-3 offers a complete management tool, from student management to communication to check-in, check-out, fee management, and authorized pickup, daily activities, everything. So you have a whole technology which works for you. For all these tasks, you don't need to employ a person. The technology works for you. It's like an employee for you. It would do everything what you would otherwise do manually. So that's something which is pretty important for all the owners to have, that technology stack to help you grow. The third important piece, how Pre-to-3 help, is through fee management. Fee management, we are partnered with Chase FeePay. So if there is a fee automation. You don't need to send recurring invoices. You don't have to send parents reminders. Everything is done through the tool. All you have to do is set it up once. That's where Pre-to-3 helps. I think, Brandy, would it be great if I share my screen on how Pre-to-3 can help? Like, what does it look like? I'm not sure if Brandy can hear me, but let me continue. So, few points which I would like to say in terms of, let's start with branding. In branding, what I have seen is the most important critical thing is an intuitive website, because your social and virtual presence is very as important as your physical location. If you don't have a very appealing website, or if you don't have a very appealing social media, or if you don't have information which Google is looking for, parents, even if they see you, they're not going to acknowledge you. They're going to ignore you, because the first thing they do is they go to their cell phones or they go to their systems and see your website. So I think that's very great. The second thing is your social media. Believe me, Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok, LinkedIn, these are some of the best tools you have to get parents. I mean, the way you set it up, these are local. And the most important part over here is Google My Business. Google My Business itself can get your center full. If you set it up properly, if you optimize Google My Business, that's something which really helps you to grow your center in a great way. Local search, people always search for best childcare locations or facilities or programs in the nearby area. Are you listed in all the directories? Are you giving the Google the right indexing options where Google can figure out you are on the top? How do you always be on top of in your area? That is pretty important. We also have technology which tells you how many people are looking at your site vis-a-vis your competition site. So you can always be sure that people are coming to you and not to your competition. You can always strategize, you can always plan. That's exactly what it does. So that's on the branding side. Get the best possible website, intuitive, fast. And remember, when you're getting your website, your customer is the parent, not the child. So make a website which speaks to the parent. Number 2, get high on social media. Rule the social media. Everybody wants to see you on Facebook. Answer any kind of comments on Facebook. Post regularly. Post value. Let them know about your events. That's the second thing. The third thing in branding would be rule. And I say rule Google. Be on the top page of Google. These are the 3 things which would always get the enrollment to the best. You always have a continuous flow of inquiries, and that's what you want as an owner. You always want business flowing. You should always be in a position to say no. That should be the mantra. Like, this year, I want to go from having spots to be able to say no and keep that no on top of your priority list. The power to say no. The second, I would like to come to the management part of it. Can I share my screen? Like, let's see if I can share the screen. Great, yeah. So this is how pre-to-3 would look like. If you see from your phone or your app or your desktop, this is how it would look like. It has got all the possible features you may want to manage your facility, to manage your childcare. You can see, like, you have a school management, which would, like, look, you have a room management, student management, staff management, and wait list. This is one of the best tool which works as a CRM. So we give anybody who makes an inquiry on your website, you automatically see that wait list on your on pre-to-3 platform. So you know exactly what does your pipeline look like. So that's waitlist management. That is how waitlist works. So you always have that waitlist, people always following you up. Submitted, pending, waitlist, approved, rejected. This is what it looks like. Student management. I mean, you have the whole history of students since the time the student enrolled to the time the student leaves your facility. So student management, you can also see past students, you can see their profile, you can see their outstanding payments, and, like, you can look at their whole lifetime value. So this is where it gives you a lifetime value of a child. I'm just putting you, like, if this is a child, this gives you a lifetime value of the child. What is the total value of that child, total billed amount during that? And believe me, every child you lose, or every child who has not taken an admission, you are losing $20,000 to $30,000. You're not losing $1,000. So that's pretty important to know how much is the value of a child to you. Communication, it's a standard communication tool. Like, you can send messages to your community. You can send messages to your staff members, to the parents, individual parent. You can do that. Your staff can send communication to their respective classes or respective rooms, however you call it. So that's there. Check-in, check-out. We have an iPad. Let's see, do this tonight. We have a time clock. So all you need is a tablet. It's a contactless checking checkout through a QR code. Uh, every time somebody checks in, the parents is notified, you are notified. Every time a staff checks in or checks out, you get notified. So that's something which is very important. Another cool thing about this app would be daily activities. The staff members can post daily activities like, whatever have you done in the school. So the staff doesn't have to tell parents on the top. Authorized pickup if somebody needs to do kind of an authorized, somebody authorizes, a parent authorizes a grandparent or a family member to pick up. No physical paperwork, everything is done online. Some of the very good reporting tools we have got. Room reports, it gives you daily live ratio reports every half an hour and 1 hour. So you don't have to, you can plan your staff strategy. You can plan what time the ratio is low or more, or that's something which it gives you. Room ratio reports, what has been the ratio throughout the day, and then you can plan your staff. It gives you student reports. It gives you activity reports, age reports, allergy reports if some of the children have allergies or things, any medication needed or medication. Emergency contact report, check-in, check-out report. That's something which you have. In staff reports, you have got active staff reports, inactive staff reports, contact reports. So these are the basic reports which you need day to day to run your business, to plan, to know how things are going to look, how things look, or how business looks in next few months, or what has been the business progress over last few months. So these are some of the tools which Pre-to-3 gives you. On an average, we have seen it saves owner almost 18 to 20 hours a month if they use Pre-to-3. That's just the time saving of 2 to 3 working days, which a owner has. If I combine the staff report, staff savings, or saving from the entire school, that's almost saving. We have seen saving of somewhere around between 160 to 180 hours in a month, which is like one person working full time. So you are saving around 20 hours, your staff are saving hours accordingly based on the size of your school or of your childcare. That's how it saves. So that's the saving. Now the third part, which is very important, which we have been talking about, and me and Brandy we are so passionate about this thing, about making sure that parents pay on time continuously. Or if there is a delayed payment, you don't have to chase. And I feel so bad when I say that. If I see that I have to go to the parents and say, "Hey, can you pay?" "Oh, okay, I'll pay tomorrow." Why do I have to wait? I mean, I so get irritated with this whole concept of when I have to chase someone. Because you know what? We are doing our service. Okay. Anyways, coming
Yeah,
to
it
this.
is totally uncomfortable. Like totally uncomfortable. So when they can get that message and they already know, it takes that uncomfortable communication. I've had people walk up to the door and they're like, "I'm doing it now." Okay, thank you. Because we want to reduce those stressful conversations where we can. And it takes a lot of time and energy. It's moving you away from the main thing. So I think it says more than 20 hours a week. All of those notes we used to have to write and type and staple it to the backpack, and critical conversations in the back office. I felt like I was on the corner slinging something like, "Hey, can I get my money?" I don't like that feeling. So I love the fact that the app not only tells me, but it also tells the parent.
Yeah, it reminds the parent to pay, and you can set up reminders. You can set up reminder every day in the morning that your fee is outstanding, you need to pay. The good part is you are not having a transactional conversation with a parent where you can just focus on relational conversations. So that is very important. A parent can set up auto pay. So like, they also don't need to give you a check or send cash or come with a card. Like, they can just set up an auto pay. We have seen most of the schools which are using, most of the childcare which are using pre to three money fee management tool. Over a period of 3 months, 100% of their collection has gone online. They are not, I mean, I have feedback from some of my uh, uh, business owners who are using pre to three for fee collection. Like they're saying, like, now the thing is so simple. Like, I just know from the dashboard how much is money I have got in last 30 days, how much is outstanding. I can create an invoice. I can go to fee management. I can see, I can create a recurring invoice. I can create a one-time invoice. I know my cash flow. So everything is taken care.
That's amazing. And some of us don't have CPAs, or we're depending on our CPAs to tell us that the information. And just so you know, I know all of my owners are like, oh my God, I don't want a teacher to see that. They're not going to be able to see that. You have a different kind of login than those teachers. But how many of you, just tell me in the chat, how many of you would like to at a glance be able to see what is your total incoming revenue for the month? You want to be able to see that at a glance, or how much you've collected this year, or how much you have outstanding. These are kind of things when we see them quickly, we can mobilize our efforts to do what we need to do. We can also think about, like Rahul said, he said we need to always be full, that we want to be always full. The thing about being always full is when you see that cash flow increase, when you lose one student, let alone 2 or 3, your response is going to be different. But when you don't have that visual of what happens when I lose one student, what happens to me financially when I lose a whole family of 3, this makes your response totally different to your enrollment and withdrawal process. Do you agree, Rahul?
I completely agree. I 100% agree. And I just want to share this thing, Brandy. I just got a call from one of the clients who is using pre to three. They said they're using this pre to three for last, I think, 8-9 months. The money they saved from just the money they earned by just collecting fines, the owner bought an iPhone 12 Max. Just the money from the fine.
Wow.
Forget everything else.
Because we let time slip through. How many of you guys let late payment slip? If so, put slip in the chat. Sometimes we're like, oh, don't worry about it this time, or we're uncomfortable saying, hey, you owe an extra $40 because you're paying late, or we don't want to charge that late fee on multiple children. So we end up eating it, right? When really we have to take the burden, whether they pay on time or not, we have to pay the lights. Whether they pay on time or not, we have to pay payroll. Whether they pay on time or not, we're doing quality care. But we don't like to say, excuse me, you owe me $20 more. So I believe it. I believe it. I know that I am so bad on that. Now, Rahul, I have a secret weapon in my collections before we start using the software, and that's called my mama. My mother does all of our fee collection. So, she was better than me at it, but I always felt like when I did it, it made me feel uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, that's so important. So fee collection is very important, and the way we can help you is we can automate everything what you do with your money, incoming revenue. I mean, and as a business owner, one thing you should never lose sight of is MONEY, period. If money goes out of your sight, boy, you are not managing the business. Every dollar which comes inside your business, you should have an eye on it. I mean, whether you are $1 million or $10 million or 100,000 business, it doesn't matter. What matters is your eye on the incoming every day. And that has been my routine for 10 years. Every day I wake up, and the first thing I see is that what is it? How many bounces, how many people paid, how many did not pay. So that's what it is so important for us to have, because that's what keeps us flowing. I mean, your staff is not going to be paid late. Your utility bills are not going to be paid late. You are not going to delay your rent. You are not going to delay any of your payments. So why should you not get paid on time? You should be on top of it. So that's pretty important. So these are the three things which we can help you with. Enrollments, the power to say no. Management, the power to get your time back. And money, the power to stay in business and grow.
I love it. I need all the power, Rahul. I need all the power. So we have a few questions in the chat, and I love this part because that lets me know that people are engaged. And there are a lot of other things that Pre-to-3 does. Just so you'll know, communications, you can send out mass communications or individual communications. You can give daily activities like changing pictures, video, all of those great things. You can look at authorized pickup with a click of the button. You can also let your kids do, your parents do paperless check-in with their check-in and check-out feature. There's so much the program does. And Rahul is always so gracious to us that he has offered anyone who wants to try the management system a free 30-day trial. All you need to do is write down the link at the bottom of the screen and sign up. We want you to sign up during the summit so he can know. It's bit.ly Pre-to-3 with Brandy. Who's Brandy? I'm Brandy. I want him to know that I'm sending you his way, because not only does his team help with this kind of management, there are so many other things that they can help you do to get recognized really quick, to get those parents in the door. I love that I can see the life cycle of my parents. I have one family that we calculated that has been with us literally since the first week we opened. We've had 3 of their children. Over the last 8 years, their families, their lifetime value for us is over $170,000. Do you not think that I appreciate that family? Because I do. And being able to know how long a kid stays with you, you know, being able to prove if that kid leaves because of a reason that you're not happy with, you can say to the director, you can talk to your administration, you know, this is what we're giving up when we lose a kid like this. You can have critical conversations when you can talk to your management team, your CPA, your business partner, your husband about, if we got 10 more kids, this is what the health of our company will look like. These are the conversations that you're able to have when you have a great management system. So I have some questions. I'm going to put a few on the screen. If you're going to start, oh, Francesca said he and his team is so responsible. Thank you, Francesca. She says,
thank you so much, Francesca. We love you.
Yes, and I love that, because we don't give anybody the nod that's not doing the right thing. So we appreciate them. So I have a few questions and I want to answer them. I'm going to try to go up to the top when the question started. And I want to say that her name is Jay. If I'm pronouncing that wrong, let me know. Jay Rich. Are state requirements integrated into based on your specific state? Rahul, you want to answer that?
We don't have resources right now to set up the requirements as per the state, but we can certainly help you. And Childcare Millionaires, I know Brandy has a lot of state policies and state requirements in place, but Pre-to-3 doesn't integrate as of now the policies, the state. Yes.
Yes, and what I would suggest for that, if there are some certain things that you want your teachers to do or to check, if you're talking about like a checklist, you can always send a teacher communication like of a checklist. And then when it comes to your programming, these kind of systems, it would be massive to research the requirements of every state, but some requirements are universal. And if you're talking about enrollment requirements, we can integrate like forms and tools with links that we can send our parents. So I'm not sure if that answered your question, but if you needed clarification, we will be more than happy to answer your questions, especially if you do the 30-day trial. They actually give you a call to help you get integrated into the system. Teresa says,
does the program automatically assess late payments or fees, or do you have to keep up with them?
Great question. Teresa, you don't just have to set it up once and it will automatically calculate every time for every child. So there are three late collections, which we are providing. If you have another need, we can customize it. One is if they miss a punch in or a punch out, you can set up a fine for that. Like, every time they check in or a check out, California has very strict laws. If the licensing comes and they check a check-in, check-out roster, if they don't find, they cite you. So you can set up that. The second would be late pickup and early drop. You can go ahead and set that up, like, for every 15 minutes or 3 minutes, what would be the charge. And once the parents checks out or checks in, the program will automatically calculate. The third would be late payment of the fees. If the fee is delayed by, if you want to give a grace of 1 day, 2 days, people who have not set up auto pay, you can do that. So it does everything. And so if the parents can choose not to pay that fee, sometimes we have seen the parents ignore the late payment invoice, but or fine invoice, I would say. But yes, that this much is owed in terms of your parent. So the system does it automatically.
all right, we have another question, and that is from, I love this question because this is the best question. Rahul don't like this question because Rahul is like, money is fluid, it's coming to me, it really doesn't matter. But this is the most reasonable price tool, and I think it's because he's a child care owner. It does not take $19,000 for a management tool. Like, I see some of these prices and I'm like, that is crazy. And I love the fact that it you have all functionality of the tool, but the price depends on the size of your center. So Rahul, I'll let you talk about the fees, but it's definitely jam-packed with value.
Yeah, so it starts with, Francesca, that's right. Yes. It starts with $9.99 per month. It depends on number of enrollments you have, but that's the base fee we have. And there are some value adds which we do, or number of children and some marketing. So that increases, but it starts with just 30 cents a day. That's what you pay. 30 cents a day. So yeah, it's pretty, I think nothing can stop you from using this tool.
Yes. And does it still tier up if you have a larger center?
Yes, we have $9.99, then we have $19 and $39 per month, depending on just the software, but you use an all integrated marketing, branding and everything, then it goes from $199 per month to $399 per month.
So I'm going to say this again because they're like, I'm not hearing this right. You are hearing it right. If you just use the software, it's either $9.99 a month, $19 or $39, depending on the size of your center. If you only want to use the software, but they do have other services, complete marketing services. If you've ever been on Childcare Millionaires business page, you can thank Rahul and his team because they help us out with their other business. So all of those little cute videos that you see, I don't create those. Way to go, Rahul. You know what? That's not me. I do help them with what I want to say, but they do a wonderful job of making sure that I have that. Some of you asked about the link. It's right at the bottom of the page. bit.ly pre-to-3. And literally, if you have a large center like myself, you would pay $39 a month. I have multiple centers, so I can see all of my centers. I can toggle between centers. I can have different centers go into different bank accounts. They make it easy for me to upload and integrate my students, make it easy for me to communicate. And it also encourages me to use their marketing services, because now I can make sure my social media, my website, and all of that is also maintained if I need that for a little bit more of an investment. But for just the management tool, you're talking about less than $50. I really, really, really need you guys to consider, if you don't have a management tool, giving it a try. And if you do have a management tool, I want you to consider, is that tool giving you everything for this value? I do know that they have, Leslie, a relationship with Gusto. If you're doing their full service, Rahul, is that still true?
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm. We use Gusto as well through my CPA, and I love Gusto. Somebody says, let me call my current sister right now. I'm going. But do your trial. Let them help you integrate. We don't want you to to be uncovered. And I'm telling you, I really love pre-to-3 because I like their philosophy of helping the child care owner from our point of view, not from the management company's point of view. And they do a really, really good job. And the system is easy and intuitive. Someone asked me earlier, I didn't really answer this question, what's the difference between Brightwheel, ProCare, and pre-to-3? Really, there are not a lot of main differences. The difference is the value, the touch point, the customer service. That's the difference for me. Many of these systems do similar things. Many of them do similar things. You got a lot of wows, and what's great. And this is the other great thing about Rahul. He is always in our Facebook group. If you're not a part of our private Facebook group, make sure in signing up for the summit, we ask you to join the Facebook group. He's in there all the time, dropping nuggets, dropping knowledge, dropping blogs, helping us. He will answer any question you have. So many of you way underutilize Rahul's brain, but I'm telling you, it is amazing the amount of information he has from an owner, from an app designer, and what he can do for your business. If you say, hey, I'm thinking about this, he's gonna be able to give you the point of view, especially after working with thousands of centers, literally worldwide. So you can't beat that kind of access. So please, everyone, tell Rahul thank you. Rahul, before you leave, I definitely want to give you some final words. Quina says this sounds excellent and convenient. I love it.
Thank you.
I want you to know that we appreciate you in Childcare Millionaires, Rahul. What you do for us and just how you have made yourself accessible to us has been more than any other company, has had to do. But you always went above and beyond to say, I really want to see this group grow. Because you told me in one of our private conversations, and I went to all the details, you said, the world needs a group like this. Somebody needs Brandy. And I know there are other people for other people, but I want to say, just you saying that to me gave me the encouragement to keep trying. And you always back it up with action. You always back it up with, Brandy, how can I make Childcare Millionaires look the best? And your investment in this vision does not go unnoticed, and we truly appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Brandy. Thank you, group members. I think this is a wonderful opportunity for all of us. And I just want to end this. I know my time is up. I just want to end this with one sentence. Long back, I read a book called Outliers. The book is a very good description on success and failure. It says for a success or a failure, the number of factors influence you. I think all of us are set for success in Childcare Millionaires, because the kind of diversification and the kind of knowledge this group has, it's rare. It's very rare to see this. I think we should all, including myself, should take advantage of our peers and our group members and moderators and administrators and coaches to grow. Nothing is stopping us. So I think pre to three is a small part of this group, but they're fantastic coaches, members who can help each other grow, because we are not competitors, we are collaborators. So I think outliers, that's what we want to be. That's it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Rahul. Who has signed up for the trial? I'm putting you on the spot. Have you wrote down the link? bit.ly pre-to-3 with Brandy. We'll drop it in the chat. I want to make sure that you guys get in where you fit in. You're not out here wasting time. Or when this expires, you're like, oh my God, I should have done it. Do it now. Go into the mindset that you're going to do whatever it takes for the end of the year, going into the new year, to make sure that your business is healthy, making sure you put the right tools in place for your leaders to be successful, for your teachers to be successful. I love the fact that Coach Natalie is on. We are not competitors. We are collaborators. I love it. I love it. I love it. We want to make sure, and there is a space, so make sure you use the link that I posted. Is bit.ly /pre-to-3 with Brandy, all lowercase. And if you plan to sign up for the trial, please do me a favor and put yes in the chat. Put yes in the chat. When speakers come and people come to pour into us, I want them to know that we absolutely appreciate it. So Rahul, I know Akriti is out there listening. Tell my girl I said hello. That is your wife, for my friend. And we wish your family the best. We thank you for all that you do to make sure that the child care industry shows up in a major way. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Guys, can you believe that we are 2 hours in? My lipstick is still on, but it is lunchtime. We will not be taking a very long break. We will be taking a short break. I'll be playing some videos during our breaks. But are you committed to stay with us till the end of the day? We have 2 more amazing speakers, and we have a panelist that is ready to tell you about their experience with starting their first center, their experience, hey Architect, their experience with starting their first center during the pandemic. We have co-pastor Keisha, we have Sheena, we have Georgia, and we have Samantha, if she can make it today, that's going to be talking to us about some of those things that we should consider when we're starting. So this is what I need you to do. We're going to be starting back in exactly 10 minutes. I'm telling you, at 12:15. I don't want you to leave the stream, because sometimes you lose some of your comments. And we're not going to play music. And the reason why we're not going to play music is because we don't want Facebook to kick us out. But we are going to play some testimonial videos. And then my good friends from JiggAerobics, they're already on. They're ready, y'all. I can probably, look, I'm going to give y'all a little sneak peek, but you can't see them. Look. Oh, see, Xavier, they're already ready. I'm telling y'all, we have invested so much time and energy to making you look great for the end of the year. I put on my lashes, I flipped my hair. I am here for you. If you're enjoying the summit, during the break, please post something that you learned. Rahul, Dr. Connie, and JiggAerobics, and Darby will be with us today, and they'll be answering your questions inside of the chat. Please don't let my flipped out hair and my hot pink lipstick go to waste. Last thing I want you to do is make sure when we come back on, you reshare the video, you keep commenting, and you let people know how great Childcare Millionaires is. We're definitely here to help you grow. We will also drop the link to our planner and our journal. These are on Amazon. So if you want to level up your ability to plan your business, have a journal for your business, we're going to drop the link so you can hop over to Amazon and cop that. All right, we're going to show our next video, and we will be back with you soon.
Hi, this is Samantha Zayas with Jupiter Learning Academy. I came down from Virginia to the Childcare Millionaires retreat. It's been an amazing experience. I'm so excited what today brought, and I'm excited for the rest of the remainder of the weekend. These women are so knowledgeable and are teaching us different ways to be able to take our businesses to the next level. If you're not part of the Childcare Millionaire Success program, definitely get started. You're going to learn and be able to continue to expand your business and take it where it needs to go and elevate it. Thank you so much, and hope you guys enjoyed.
Oh, my mic is not on. We're going to have our brief break. We will be starting in exactly 8 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Monica Howard. I am from North Carolina. I am here at the Childcare Millionaire Retreat. I'm having an awesome time here. The thing that I love the most about this retreat is that all the ladies that are here, I have seen them on our Zoom meetings, and it has been so great just to see them face to face and to hug on them and love on them. This is a great sisterhood here, and for me, being in childcare in a small town, sometimes it can feel like I'm in a silo, but this has allowed me to connect with individuals who are passionate about childcare, who love what they do, and I'm just glad to be a part of this community. Hello everyone, my name is Monica Howard. I am from North Carolina. I am here at the Childcare Millionaire Retreat. I'm having an awesome time here. The thing that I love the most about this retreat is that all the ladies that are here, I have seen them on our Zoom meetings, and it has been so great just to see them face to face and to hug on them and love on them. This is a great sisterhood here, and for me, being in childcare in a small town, sometimes it can feel like I'm in a silo, but this has allowed me to connect with individuals who are passionate about childcare, who love what they do, and I'm just glad to be a part of this community.
I'm just talking. I'm sure y'all like, what is she saying? Let's rewind. First of all, tell your loved ones, your friends, even your enemies, that we are back on live and that we want to make sure that everybody gets back. Hopefully you got a chance to get something to drink, something to eat. Xavier, Ladonte, and Jack, we are trying to get your PowerPoint to share. It was just up. If we end up having any issues, we're going to do it a different way. But just know I'll get it up while you guys are juicing it. And I see my girl Darby is in the studio. So that lets me know that all is well with Childcare Millionaires. So happy that each and every one of you are on. If you learned something today and you're back with us, and you've learned something today, I need for you to put something in the chat to let me know you're back while we put I'm back in the chat. Because I know that some of you may have had to attend to something, but I want to make sure that you are back in business. There is a possibility that as you guys are introducing yourself, I'm going to try to get the PowerPoint up. Oh, somebody said back and reloaded. That's what I'm talking about. That means you've been here from the beginning. If you've been here from the beginning today, there were right at 90 of us at the very beginning of the day. And I know many of you are giving lunches, you're doing things. That's why I encourage you guys to make sure you grab the replay, because we want to make sure that you can watch this over and over again. Dr. C, she did the thing. That's all I can tell y'all. She did just an awesome job. She did an awesome job. So I want to make sure that you don't miss anything. We're going to try to get the PowerPoint up and running. But without further ado, I want to introduce our friends. They, friends to the end, I want to say, have done just a really phenomenal job of investing in Childcare Millionaires in so many different ways. And y'all know how I absolutely love and adore young men doing something wonderful in the world, and especially when it's young minority men being a light. And so I really today, when I told them I needed them to come back, I was like, listen, I need you guys to come back because we've done a lot, but we haven't really told the story. And I was like, today, I want to tell the story. I want to tell the story of how you bring in what you're bringing into the world and how it connects with Childcare Millionaires. So I want you to tune in, guys. I need your paper and pen. I need you, ready to listen. I need you focused. I need you motivated. I need you reloaded. And I need you to help me welcome my friends, Ladonte and Xavier from JiggAerobics. How y'all doing?
Hey, how you doing? We're doing good.
Well, I'm so glad you're doing good. So what city are y'all in? Are you in Houston or are you
We're in Texas? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
They don't know. We're not going to get them all crunk. But if you're from Houston, actually, we're going to take a moment and do a rep your city. I want everybody to let us know what city and state you're in, because I heard JiggAerobics may be going on tour, and I think they need to come to a city near you. So go ahead and do me a favor and go ahead and rep your city and state. Now, this is the part where even professional people get a little ratchet. It's okay. I don't care if you're from the south side. I don't care if you're from the nasty nickel. Please go ahead and rep your city,
Rep it right now. Virginia's in the house. Let's go, Greenville. Waco.
Your city.
Let's go. Drop it in the comment below. Yeah, this is awesome right here. This is awesome. I love it. Nashville, Greenville. Let's go. Georgia. Yeah, Brandy, you have some people in there. They in here tonight, Brandy. Atlanta.
I'm at least worldwide.
Let's go, Brandy. All over the world.
All over the world. If Rahul can have centers in India, Canada, and America. At least I can get to Louisiana.
International. Let's go. That's amazing. That's amazing.
Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? So I know you guys have been tuned in all morning. So I know you guys are coming and you're ready to go. While you guys introduce yourself, take your time. Slow down, tell your story. We're going to get this PowerPoint up, and then we're going to make sure that everybody in Childcare Millionaires know what you have to offer to really help their community, because I know that you guys have helped our community.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, and I'm giving the mic to you.
Let's go. Let's go. We're going to start off. My name is Ladonte Lots. I'm the co-owner and founder of JiggAerobics, where we get lit while we get fit. And this is my brother here.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? I'm Egbele, aka X Smiles. I'm the Chief Technology Officer at JiggAerobics and a Master Trainer as well.
Hey, look, we created JiggAerobics to get lit while we get fit. We noticed that it was a problem. Fitness is getting boring. No one likes to do it, especially the kids. The kids do not like the traditional way of working out. So what did we have to do? Create something fun, create something exciting, something that's going to last forever, that's not going to get old, you know? So what we did was we took all the dancing styles, all the different dances, the popular dances that's on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, MySpace. No MySpace. But all of those popular social media dances, and we made it into a fitness curriculum course for your students. You know, This is what we're doing. We want to make sure that we're hitting their mental, their physical, and their whole spirit. You understand? As a kid growing up, we didn't have these type of programs in the inner city. I am from the South Park of Houston, Texas. I'm from South Park, Houston. We didn't have this growing up. We didn't have programs that, that get students, excited about fitness. We had the traditional push-ups, jump jacks, and that was it.
Pacer test.
Just the pacer test. We had the traditional. It wasn't anything fun and exciting. And we would look at and go back and see our cousins that's on the other side of the world, that's on the other side of the city, that's getting all of these fun, exciting things. So I'm saying, how can I change the world? This is what I went to school for. I attended Southern University in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where the started of jig, where jigging started. The fast moving your body.
Ooh.
You're jigging, you're getting loose. And we mixed it with your basic fundamentals, your basic jumping jacks, your basic high knees. But it's all fun to get your whole choreographed dance fitness workout. This is something that was revolutionary. It all started just by having fun with friends. Students on campus would come every Tuesday, but we wasn't sure how could we connect with the world. We wasn't sure how can we take what we were doing for fun and how can we change the world? How can we elevate the world? You understand?
Okay, yeah.
And we noticed that the kids, they're the future. And if we're going to do anything, we're going to change the world, we have to start with the kids. PE with JiggAerobics. Let's get lit while we get fit. Brother, tell them.
Look, not only that, you've made it across the world, but tell them about Shark Tank, bro.
Oh.
Tell them about Shark Tank. Now, go ahead.
Now, on Shark Tank, we was able to give our pitch, and we was able to, just go in front of the sharks and show the world what we were creating. Something that was fun, just an idea, but we was able to show the world what we created, just utilizing social media. Now, these are the things that the kids have to know that, hey, a school project, something that you're doing for fun, you can turn this into a business. You can turn this into a lifestyle. You can make money. You can change people's lives just by being you, just by utilizing the thing in your hand. You see, that's what we're doing. We're trying to give the kids hope. We're giving the kids hope. If I can do it, you can do it too. You understand?
Right. Definitely.
Let's go.
Like you said, you're trying to, we are here giving the world hope, and everything that we didn't have as a kid, we are making sure that we are putting this into this program, every single bit of it, whether it's talking about leadership, whether it's talking about hygiene, whether it's talking about self-awareness, self-confidence, bullying, nutrition. These were things we never talked about. And these are things that need to be talked about because children also got to express themselves. And this is where PE with JiggAerobics plays a vital part in I believe in anybody's curriculum. If you have children, PE with JiggAerobics, it has to be there because we're hitting on the mental, we're hitting on the spiritual, we're hitting on the health, and we're just having fun.
We're having pure fun.
As a kid, when I was a kid, I was obese, right? I'm talking, oh my goodness, I was obese, and I used to get made fun of because I couldn't move fast, I couldn't do this, I couldn't do that, and then as I kept getting older, my weight was still there. But when I was introduced to JiggAerobics, whether it was 2 times a day, 3 times a day, 4 times a day, it never got boring. So if I'm thinking to myself, if I'm having this fun, just imagine if a kid whose idea is to have fun, that's what we're about. That's what kids do. And if we give them an outlet to be able to have fun, then they're gonna understand that they can take a school idea to a business idea, make it a lifestyle, and impact the world, just like PE with JiggAerobics is doing. So,
hey, and you have to notice that throughout this whole pandemic, we have a lot of different things that the kids are going through. Like, notice for us as older adults, you know, we're going through stuff. We have mental breakdowns. So you know the kids are having mental breakdowns. They may not express it. They may not show it, but we have to give them that like you said, we have to give them that surge of energy so they can just pour it out, you know, into the world. Let's talk about some facts. Brother, I want you to lead through the facts of what's going on in the world. Let's talk. This is not just from us. This is not our personal opinions right here. Let's talk about what the world is saying.
What the world is saying.
Let's go.
Ms. Barry, let's go to the next slide. Let's go to the next slide.
The problem
here.
and the solution.
Right. Our children are at risk, and we need to find a solution. And we believe PE with JiggAerobics is that solution. Right. So,
can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I really enjoyed that story. I told y'all I grew up fluffy. I won't call myself fat, but I definitely grew up fluffy.
Still looking good.
And one of the things that I love about PE with JiggAerobics, or even just doing it with my kids, is that they are always excited about doing the program. So as you guys want me to go through the slides, please let me know, and I will be your technology guru. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger if I can. I wasn't sure how big it would be in the frame, but we don't let nothing hold us down. We always
not at all.
Always looking for a solution. So thank you guys for being patient. And let's talk more about PE with JiggAerobics. I'm ready. Let me go ahead and go to the slides so I can advance it for you guys.
Yes, ma'am. So now while we're getting into the slides, we're going to talk about the problem and how PE with JiggAerobics has the solution. Let's go, brother.
So as I stated before, I was a child overweight, but I wasn't the only child overweight. There was many other children around me who were overweight as well. So 18.8% of children ages 6 to 11 in the United States are overweight. You know, and this number is just continually growing, especially because we're inside house no more and we're not going outside. Right. But the solution, this is my favorite part. This is the solution.
Well, yeah, because you can't talk about all the negative. We gotta bring some cheese.
Gotta bring in the positive. Through exercise, relieves stress, stimulates the brain, increases the immune system. And this is what PE with JiggAerobics is. We increase the immune system. We're just having exercise, and we're just keeping the body healthy and making sure that your body is right.
And it's all virtual. So you don't have to leave your house. They put us back on a shutdown. You have PE with JiggAerobics to get right. And you don't have to worry about those different things that you're facing, like bullying. Next slide. Let's go to the next slide. Because this one right here, this one hit home for me. You know, Mama Brandy, we're going to go to the next slide because this one right here, it hit home for me too as well. Not only was my brother bullied and he was overweight, but I was bullied as well. And a lot of people look like, hey, look at him. He has all these different followers. He connect with the world. He make all these different dances. But growing up, dancing was not cool. Dancing was not, if you was not playing sports, or you wasn't, you know, the tough guy, you know, fighting people around school, you wasn't like, you know, it wasn't cool, you know, and for a long time, I ran away from these things. I ran away. I tried to hang around with the tough guys. I tried to play sports, end up getting injured, but it all worked out as a blessing because I was able to accept my scholarship to Southern University playing in the marching band. So everything like, man, God have his way of making things happen. And this is what we're talking about. We want to make sure that all the bullying and all the self-confidence and self-awareness is there. Brother, tell them, brother.
Like the self-awareness, the self-confidence, you know, and like we said, these weren't things we were getting. We didn't have no upper figures who we were looking to. And especially in a daycare where they're surrounded by their peers, how great is it to learn together?
Right.
To learn what exercise can do for you together, to learn how bad bullying is together, and to just elevate with each other. So I think it's just awesome with what we're doing with people with JiggAerobics. But we can go to the next slide.
Let's go.
Now look, this slide right here. Remember I stated we exercise boosts the immune system.
Fact.
COVID cases within the students now makes up 22.4% of the weekly U.S. total, as opposed to last year's 3% total. So that's a very big increase. That percentage is just continually growing. And like I said, we're sitting in the house. Kids are sitting in the house, and they don't have no physical activity, no fun physical activity, no physical movement, and it's just nothing to keep them engaged. But like you said,
the world is opening back up.
World is opening back up.
The kids are coming back together. The child cares are opening back. They have so many things that's happening now, and we want to make sure that we're not, facing the problem right on. We're ahead of the problem. We're making sure our kids have all the tools that they need to be ahead of the problem. You get what I'm saying? You're right. You're right.
People don't realize that movement, even, and I know we're all COVID conscious because we're owners and we want to keep kids safe, but just them exercising their lungs, breathing in and breathing out, going outside, getting sun, getting vitamin C. And what I found is when we did these activities inside, when they got outside, they was practicing the routines. And, young men are different than girls. Girls will dance a little bit easier.
Right.
Young men will normally dance if they find a fondness or a love for it, right? But just because you guys have male and female instructors on the videos, you would see that the boys will feel more comfortable, because usually if we wanted to dance or do something, they'd be like, that's for the girls. But when they see you guys get on there, or the other young men get on there, because I love the fact that you guys have kids in the video, and they can see themselves. It's not just the ideal body type of what their friends are telling them it should look like. You see all body types, including mine. You see all nationalities. And I feel like that's one of the things that makes your program so special, because of that inclusion that says everybody here is special. Everybody here is special. And I want to say this to you, owners and directors. You're not just owners or directors, but you mamas, grandmas, aunties, uncles. This is something we do it at home.
Right.
We do these videos at home. We have fun with our kids, because we're in a society today where we're not modeling good health for our kids. We're in a drive-through society. We're not in a society where we're going outside, taking a nightly walk. So if you can do something fun, something upbeat, even in your family, it has a dual purpose.
Right. And our program look like, and one thing that we hear a lot, Miss Brandy, is that the teachers call us back like, whoa, I was having fun. I was moving. So now it becomes a full family. Like, not only are you doing this, with your students at school and at daycares, but you're doing this with your family. You're doing this with your kids. You're bringing this to the family reunion and getting all the kids moving and grooving. This is JiggAerobics is universal. Like you said, we're touching all shapes, all sizes, all ethnicities, all nationalities. We're not missing a beat. We're not missing a soul. Let's go. Let's keep going. Let's keep
What
going.
is JiggAerobics? I think
we keep going.
Let's go to the next slide, Mama Brandy.
Let's go. Here we go. Oh yeah. This is our focus. JiggAerobics main keys. This is what we focus on. This is the things that we're not missing. Elevate your body, educate your mind, and motivate your spirit. You understand? We're elevating your body. We're motivating you to pushing you. You can be great. You can be what you want to be, whatever you want to be, wherever you want to go. You can do this, and educating your mind. We're giving you the tools. We're talking to you, and so that way you can understand about pre and post workout, understanding about stretching, understanding about hygiene, understanding about the nutrition, making nutrition fun, because we don't like to eat carrots and broccoli and stuff like that. But when you make it fun and you put some cheese, you have fun with it. You now we're having, like, you're not even thinking about it. Right. Let's go. Next slide. Oh yeah, I love it. Yeah, like Mama Brandy said, we have male and females instructor. These are our experts. We have Taylor Akarume from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. She's AKA Tay Cheesy. She makes fitness look easy. Yeah. She is here to get your kids lit. She's talking about women. She's talking about different hygiene, just to make sure that we're hitting those legs. And you know, Xavier Beretta. Hey, I don't have to talk about you, man. Right. Hey, you have Xavier Beretta and myself, Mr. Get Right. You know, and we're just here to serve the kids. We're here to elevate others while we elevate ourselves. Definitely. Let's go. We're next slide. We're moving. I love this.
Oh, yes. Muscle focus points. These are our muscle focus points. So every single exercise that we got, every single routine that we got has a focus point.
You're right.
Whether it may be a mixture of focus points, it doesn't matter. You're gonna work your lower body with some power taps. Ooh. You're gonna work your upper body with some catch me outside.
Oh, wait. What's catch me outside?
See, all you gotta do is move your shoulder up just like this.
Okay.
Catch me outside. Ooh,
okay, a little jab. Okay.
Yeah. And then the full body, we got some jigger jacks. Now, those are jacks.
What's jigger jacks?
We like to call them jigger jacks at JiggAerobics.
Okay.
Getting the full body right. But these are our muscle points that we focus on in every routine that we put in the People with JiggAerobics curriculum.
Get right. And we're going to the next slide. We're making sure that we're hitting that lower body, that upper body, and of course, the full body.
Right.
All right, now our Get Right session start off with a stretch and a warm-up. You know, we have to, it is very, very important that you stretch, okay? You cannot do any physical activity without stretching. And after that, you have to warm up. You have to get that body moving. You have to get that blood grooving.
Right. Yeah, especially if you're approaching 50 like your girl, we need to get that stretching. And we'll be doing it with the students, you know.
You're right.
After the stretch, it's all right. We're going to get better.
You're right.
Right. Oh, go ahead.
No. Right. No, you got it, man.
So what you're looking at right now, right, is our 5-step Get Right session formula. You know, we told you about the problem and the solution. Now we're going to show you what you're going to get inside whenever you come into once you get your program. So step 1, the first video you're going to get is a stretch and a warm up, because you got to make sure your blood is pumping and grooving before you start any physical activity. Step 2 is a HIIT session. That's where they follow us and we just do exercise, right? And the key is high intensity. You got to follow me. If you stop, you got to keep going. Step number 3 is aerobic dance cardio. Now, this is where we teach them a routine. So they're learning choreography moves. They're learning the modern dance moves. They're learning just having fun. And then we put it together. Oh, yeah. It's a performance, baby. It's a performance, right? So right after they learn the tutorial, they put it together and then they perform. You ever got a feeling of performing? Like, it's awesome. And we just want the children to be able to feel that feeling of, hey, I performed this routine. And yes, you did. So at
the end of summer camp, we broke them up into groups and they were able to perform their favorite based on the groups.
You're right.
Whole contest and I'm gonna tell y'all, the kids who are the funniest to me are the kids that start with no rhythm. You like move your right foot and they moving their left arm. That's not your foot, boy. Just teaching them that coordination and also teamwork. One of the things out at the end of the summer camp, when we had the kids choose whichever routine they liked the best, they also had teamwork. And you would hear them at the end of the session when they were doing their cheese talk, they would be encouraging each other. Okay, on this part, do this, but you did better. I mean, at least you did it the whole time. You heard the kids turn into being the encourager instead of the teacher turn into being the encourager. So it gave them those tools to communicate to each other and to work together as a team. So I definitely love the part where they get to perform.
That's my favorite. That's my part too. That's my part. I love it. We're going to start a competition too. You know, hashtag People with JiggAerobics. And if you're posting your videos, make sure you're posting it and using the hashtag, and we will be reposting our favorite childcare. You know, our favorite childcare centers. We want to see you moving and grooving, baby. We want to see you doing it.
But let's go ahead and finish out the steps. So step number 4, you got to cool down. And then right after the cool down, we like to do our cheese talk. Now, the exercise, the dancing, and all of that is fun. But our cheese talks is the reason why we do this. Is the reason why we spread the message. We grab their attention to give them the message about the cheese talk. This is what we're talking about. the self-awareness and all those other topics that we need, that the children need to hear and they need to experience.
See, JiggAerobics is just the attention getter. We use that as a vehicle to grab their attention so they can really hear the message. Keep your cheese up. Elevate others while you're elevating yourself. Let's have some self-confidence. Let's have some good hygiene. We're hitting different points, like my brother said. And we can go to the next slide. I know we're going to, let's get right. Let's get right. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is my favorite part, brother. You got to talk about the lesson plan.
Oh, right. So the lesson plan, like we said, we want to make sure that we take as much work off of you as possible.
Yes.
So we're coming with the lesson plan. We give you a layout of some do now questions, of some exit tickets that you may use, and you can just use this hour to whatever you feel is fit for your child care service. So, but like we said, we got week 1, talk about the cheese, your joy and happiness. Week 2, we talk about self-confidence, so on and so on and so on. And we got open-ended questions so that the children can also give their thoughts and feelings on what's being asked.
You're right. Interactive is key. Like, man, the kids have a lot to say. And once you open that floor up for them to talk, and just think, man, you will be surprised. I promise you. You will be surprised at what will come out their mouth. Let's go. We're going to the next slide. And like he said, this is just a sample. You can use this for the necessity of your child. And next, right, this is the get right calendar. Like, we use this for that way. You want to see results. You want to see results. You want to see, like, if you want to have some kids that may be obese, you want to have some kids that want to just, see some results as far as losing weight. We give you a sample get right calendar. So you have your stretch, your cardio, your dance tutorials, and your HIIT sessions. And throughout the week, you see it transfers, it goes different. It just depends on the necessity for your kids. Let's go.
Next slide. We can go to the next slide.
We're almost there.
There. This is my favorite one right here. This shout out to Childcare Millionaires who have already bought. So shout out to TLC Academy in South Haven. They purchased the P with JiggAerobics curriculum. Pineapple Haven,
yes,
Cradle to the Classroom, everywhere. Chicago, Illinois, Maywood, Illinois. It's just awesome to
see you guys. Bossier City. We have McDonald, Georgia, May, New Orleans, Detroit, Spring, Monroe, Melbourne, Florida. Hey, they're all over the world. Hey, Childcare Millionaires. This is a shout out to you. We have 14 right now, and I know that there's more out there. I know there's a lot more out there that need a service like that. Because look, you're either working out or you're doing P with JiggAerobics. There's only 2 people in the world. You're either working out or doing P with JiggAerobics. And if you're not doing P with JiggAerobics, you're working out. And the workout is just It's just, let's go. And we're moving on. We're going to wrap up. We're wrapping up. And here's just a testimonial video. We're not sure if it's going to play. This is one of our Childcare Millionaires. This right here is a big supporter, Miss Tanya Hicks. She gave us a testimonial video just talking about her service and how it has helped the students, man. And it was amazing. I'm not sure if it's going to play, but if not, we're going to keep moving. You're muted. You're muted, Mama. Muted.
It's not going to play right now, but I will be playing it later today because we're not going to be defeated. That's not going to be. And Jack, I need you to drop me the link as well, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We'll do. And thank you so much, man. Hey, we are here to serve your kids. Thank you so much, Ms. Brandy Woods, for giving us the opportunity. This is just a little media coverage and just like, different slides just to show you, that we've been on Shark Tank, ABC, and just different things that just connecting with the world. But we want to tell you that we are here to serve your kids. No matter what's going on in the world, no matter all the negativity, just the craziness, we are here to spread love and cheese. And the kids is the future. The kids are the future. We have to start there. You understand? Now, we also have an opportunity where we can come to your childcare center personally. Like, yes, everything is digital, everything is automatic, but we can come to your childcare center personally, as well as have virtual presentations, field trips. We gotta call them field trips, but virtual presentations. Get your kids moving and grooving, get them excited, and let's go. Thank you so much, Ms. Brandy Woods, for giving us the platform to be able to talk to all your childcare millionaires. It's been an honor. Hey, we want to see each and every last one of you there. We want to see you there. We want to see guys a part of P with JiggAerobics. Let's go.
Yes, guys, we must have dropped the link in the chat because they have a very special offer just for us. They always give us a discount. So if you will, Jack, if you will drop our link in the chat, I would really appreciate that. We are trying to do some things on the back end, and we would love that support. So I have a few questions for y'all because Jay says this is cool. Kimmy says New York is coming. Come on. I love this program because it really connects kids with virtual instructions, and they don't mind virtual instructions that they really can connect with their movement. And I believe in just a second, they're going to do a little movement for us. So we want to get that link. I know that we have a short link, Jack. If we can get that link, that would be great. If not, I'm going to pull it while they do this quick demo for us. I will get it so we won't have any issues. Please, please, please turn on the music and give us what you got.
Let's go. Let's go. Come on, let's go. Oh, yeah.
So one of the things I always do is I always get up and move. And today, I'm gonna have to leave it to y'all, but just know I'm moving in my mind and my heart. But you know what? I just encourage y'all to get up out
the seat, baby. That's what we like to see. And we're gonna keep it real easy, real cheesy, okay? Let's go. Look, now listen. You heard us talk. We talked about the program. We talked about how we can save the kids, but now we're going to show you. We're going to keep it real easy, real cheesy, and go through some simple moves. Let's go. You ready? Yeah.
Were you able to hear our music on the side? Let's see. Let's see.
I don't hear it yet, but I should be able to. Are you playing it through the system?
Right here, right. I'm playing it now.
I don't hear anything yet. We can go.
You can hear it?
Yes, I can.
You can hear it?
Yes, I can. Yes.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Hey. Let's go. Hey. Go. Oh. Ow.
Somebody had to show up. Mom would have had to come and help you do that. No. Y'all knew I couldn't do that part, but I'm telling you guys, actually, I mean, I love this program. I cannot stress enough. I put in the link for Childcare Millionaires. All you need to do is use the code BWoods21 to get $50 off their program. Jay said she just lost 5 pounds watching.
Let's go. Let's go.
And I'm going to say this from the bottom of my heart, and I say this all the time. We invest in crazy stuff, right? We invest in crayons, construction paper, movies that we shouldn't even take our kids to. This program you have lifetime access to, and they don't give lifetime access to anybody except Childcare Millionaires. Everybody else renews yearly. They renew yearly. For me, investing with JiggAerobics, your center, you're also investing right back in the community because they go out and they literally take young men and women out of these communities. They teach them the JiggAerobics way. They teach them how to keep their cheese up, how to move in adversity. So their company is also connected with service. And we're always talking about as childcare owners how we serve the community. One of the ways that you can put your service in action and get something great for your kids is supporting their program. Now, I always try to bring programs that I use, that I condone programs that I believe that are worthwhile. And that's why I keep bringing JiggAerobics, because like Xavier, Ladonte, I believe in you. You can call me. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, my girl.
If there's anything we can ever do. Do I have any other childcare owners out there who say, you know what? I would love to let people know about this program. I want you to put yes in the chat, because they also have a program that families can use at home if they're being homeschooled, right? But if you can just commit to this, letting people know about them, tagging their Facebook page when your kids work out, if you can commit, you're not only supporting the company, you guys are supporting the tens of thousands of kids that they've already reached. But we are praying and we're declaring that they will touch hundreds of thousands of kids in hundreds of countries, that kids from every nation, every nationality will be able to get this kind of enthusiasm and love that they provide. If you watch one of their videos, like if you just take the time and do it with your kids, you're gonna see the love and the dedication. The other thing I love about you guys is you, Jack, and Xavier, Ladonte, y'all are doing it every single day. I call y'all and I say, Xavier say, I'm gonna get on TED. Jack say, I'm gonna call this person. You say, put me in, coach, put me in. And I love the way that every single day you guys are working to make kids and adults happy, bringing more health into the world. So you guys have my undying support.
My girl, thank you so much. And it's an honor. It's an honor. Definitely. It's an honor. Thank you, guys.
So shout them out. Make sure you stay connected. And some of y'all need to do the workouts, right? I ain't gonna judge, but the holidays are coming up. You know, the sweet potato pie is going to be more prevalent. So I think
we have over 60 videos. We have over 60 videos for your students to get right. And we're going to keep elevating. They're going to keep growing. They're going to keep growing.
Chicago says they're here for it. Roman says Georgia is here for it. Guys, I just want you guys to support them. I'm thinking we need to connect them to our Christmas service project. I feel just like as they give back, we should give to them. So I'm happy to be a part of your journey. I don't take it for granted that y'all call me Mother Woods. I'm happy for you guys. But I'm not happy. I'm also here to support. Y'all know it's one thing to say for people to say they support you, but it's another thing for them to actually support you. So we want you guys to feel supported. Brittany said she's been in there all summer. I love it. I love it. Brittany Atkins, I love it. All right,
my
guys,
girl.
We want to thank you guys for being on with us. We're gonna move on down the road to our next speaker, but y'all stay close and make sure you stay inside of the group for a minute because we have some important information. All right?
Yes, ma'am. Let's go. Y'all have a good one.
Yay! So listen, everyone. I want to thank you. We have our next speaker coming up. Before we have our next speaker come up, I'm going to remove a few things from our screen so we can share some other things with you guys. But if you're having a real good time, let us know in the chat. I see that about 60 of you are still on, and it's the highlight of the day. Kids are getting up from nap, and you guys are staying committed. We do not take that for granted at all. But we do have our new Childcare Millionaires Conference that we're going to be releasing. I'm going to be giving you guys some information about it really, really quick. But I want you to watch this quick video while we are getting ready for our next speaker.
Hey everyone, we're stepping into greatness at the Childcare Millionaires Retreat. I'm so excited just to meet and connect with everyone. I can't wait until day 2. Today we learned how to rest, how to rejuvenate, how to build relationships, and how to have a Candyland experience in our childcare centers. I'm so excited to be here with you. It's your coach, B. Woods, the Millionaire Midwife, signing off. See you guys tomorrow. and thank our guests. We love you. See you soon.
All right, so who's going to come to the next Childcare Millionaires Conference? It's right around the corner in November. We'll be releasing the information a little bit later today, how you can sign up. All of our mastermind members, they already have the information. They are signing up. We are definitely going to have limited seating due to COVID. We'll be practicing all COVID protocols. We have rented out literally 3 ballrooms, and we set the ticket count a little bit lower than we normally would. But we want you there. We want you in Houston, Texas. November the 5th through the 7th, we will be in Houston. We're going to have a millionaires ball. I'm talking about dust off your fancy, because we are having a millionaires ball in Houston, Texas. I cannot wait to give out my best dressed awards, my Miss Congeniality awards. I just cannot wait for the millionaires ball. It will be our first annual millionaires ball. Who likes it? I see some. I'll be there. If you came to the last conference, what you will know and what you can say for sure is that we really connected in a deep way. We had some long time friendships. I want you to make sure that you are in the place in person. We had so much fun. We are Leslie says her and her hips will be there. That is an inside joke. I'm so happy that we will be together again in November. We'll be, baby, celebrate with us in Houston. And y'all know in my conferences, I believe in rest and relaxation. We don't start at 8 o'clock in the morning. Registration will open at 10. I'll be dropping the link a little bit later. You can actually register for the conference right now at www.childcareevents. We're going to be talking about it all weekend long, but you can say that you heard it here first. If you are in the membership, you will be receiving a coupon code. But right now, anyone who registers can register for early bird, and you can save $200. So we'll be sharing that with you guys a little bit later. But yes, here is the link, childcareevents.com. I'm so excited about spending time with you guys in Houston, Texas. So who is ready to come to Houston? If you're ready, type Houston in the chat. I'm so excited to see you again. I can tell you what, I think my kids are more excited about the Millionaires Ball, because I told them, if they work registration, that they're going to get a new dress to go to the Millionaires Ball. Now, you don't have to wear a dress to the ball. You can wear pants or whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. But as for me, I don't know what I'm going to wear. I may come floating in on a magic carpet. I'm just going to be so excited to be back with my childcare sisters. Man, I love y'all so much. I'm so excited. Without further ado, I want to bring up one of my other childcare sisters who's been in it to win it with us for a while. Anytime we're doing anything, her first question is, how can I help? Literally, that's her first thing that she asks, how can I help? She has really proven to be a friend of the childcare community. Many of you use her services at DW Bridges. I am a client. I'm not the president, but I am a client of all of our. I don't even know. I'm gonna tell her business. We're gonna call her Darby today. Darby, I want to make sure that we do a quick sound check.
Sound check. 1, 2, 3.
Now, I don't know if you want to, and I'm going to give you a moment to, if you want to turn on some lighting or open your window just a little bit so way we can see you really, really well. And I am going to just brag on you just a little bit. So Darby has a service called WD Bridges. After working in the childcare industry for so long, she found that she can really make the biggest impact, helping childcare owners and directors behind the scene with her host and her team of employees that's dedicated every single day to making us look good. So when it comes to getting new employees, increasing the proficiency of your team, my girl Darby is the one you want to call. So Darby, go ahead and introduce yourself. I told some of your business, but I left some just for you.
Yes, ma'am. Well, it is so good to see everyone in the chat. Hi, Childcare Millionaires. Happy Friday. Woo-hoo! I'm going to tell you what, JiggAerobics had me moving around in my chair. I can't help it. I can't help it.
It's awesome, Darby.
They are. I went while they were on. Actually went on and ordered some for my children. I was like, I've been saying I was going to do it. Why didn't I do it? Let me just hurry up and do it real quick. And so I went ahead and ordered. So I am looking forward to doing that with my little Elijah. So thank you for having them, Brandy. Thank you for having me. I am so excited to be here. And I'm going to tell you that I prepared so much good information for you guys because I know that staffing, woo!
Baby, let's talk about it for a minute. Do you want to introduce yourself further?
And you know what, just by chance, there may be some people here that don't know who I am. I have been in education from one form of the other for over 25 years, and I started out as a receptionist. So I worked my way around from almost every administrative position to in the classroom. I was a janitor, I was a custodian, I was a bus driver. I was everything that it took to ensure that our center operated on excellence. So stepping in and filling the gaps was kind of just a part of who we were. And somewhere down the line, in the midst of me doing all of that, I kind of lost what's most important, and that's first yourself and those that depend on you at home. And I did so much. I had some personal issues, miscarried a couple of times, and never dawned on me that maybe I was putting too much on myself because I was working 7 days a week from sun up to sundown. Wherever I had to go, them kids were coming with me. If it was Saturday or Sunday, they were with me. If we had to rush to football practice, right after practice, we were back at the center because we had so much to do. And while it was amazing and the school thrived and we had 250 students and a wait list a year long, the quality of my family and the quality of my health were really at ends. And so God will have a funny way of making you stop and think about what you're doing. After several failed attempts at delivering a child for who was now my new relationship and the man I wanted to spend the rest of my life with, I was involved in a car accident and stayed for about almost 7 weeks in the hospital trying to hold on to this little baby, to keep him in as long as I could, because I was not about to deliver another child that wasn't going to make it. I was convinced that I'm going to do whatever, cross your legs, whatever I had to do to keep that baby, and I was going to do. And it was in that moment that my whole career, which I had all these accolades, I went away to trips paid by the company, all these great things, and yet my personal life suffered, and I didn't realize it until I had to sit down and be still. And that's where I came up with the idea that there are too many great women and men out there that are trying to be a part of something more meaningful than self, that are trying to really create positive interactions and memorable experiences for these children in these communities, and they are sacrificing everything that they have because of their belief, and they shouldn't have to do that. And so I started piloting these ideas, thinking, what can I do to help? Some people would not hire me because they thought I was overqualified. Interesting enough, some of those people are now my clients. So I still got to work for great people after all. But it was never about the money for me. It was always about making sure that we can deliver on our promise to our communities, and that most importantly, the communities that represent us as we are.
Yes, and I love that. And the other thing that I just love about, I love about you and your company is, there's so much diversity in your company. You guys, you serve such a diverse population. And I love the fact that even when you send me applicants or we review the work for my company, I can tell that it's not one frame of mind that touches it, which gives us a more global reach. And it stops us from doing those tasks that we should not do so we can focus on the main thing. But when it comes to staffing, as you know, right now that this is a huge issue, and people are hurting. Owners around this world are hurting. If you feel like, oh my God, I am hurting right now. If I just had my staff in order, I would be better. If that's you, I want you to put hurting in the chat. Because some of us have tried to use Band-Aids for things that we need surgery for. And I just want to talk a minute about the fact that there is more that we can do. And the first thing that we can do, it really starts with our own mindset. It starts with our own mindset. And I'm going to say it again. I got to say it one more time. It starts with our own mindset. As a man thinketh, so is he. And I've heard you guys complain. I've heard you guys murmur. I've heard you give up. Like you literally give up. You're even in a space of self-fulfilling prophecy, Darby. Some of them are just waiting on who's calling in today. Not, will someone call in today? But the question is now, who's calling in today? You know, I hear them making the schedule as it didn't really matter because I don't have enough staff to stretch over these 12 to 13 hours I'm opening a day. And even if I'm an extended hour facility, woe is me. So I'm just not one of those people, Darby, that can just ignore the pain, right?
Absolutely.
And I feel like ignoring the pain will make people close down their business, but I need them to stay open. And the reason why I need you guys to stay open is because there are some childcare centers that are not quality. And God forbid that our kids have to go to those centers. And there are some people who are in this industry just for the money. I know we're called childcare millionaires, and I believe that we should be wealthy, and I believe that we should benefit from our work. But there's some people that what they feed kids and how they take care of kids is nothing that you would do. But you're standing in your community as a pillar and as a light, and we don't want you to give up. So I called my good friend Darby to help us today. And I know that she has some tools to help you because she has had some tools to help me. We've been up on the phone at 2 a.m., 4 a.m. in the morning, talking about how we can help you guys and how we can help ourselves. So Darby, I'm giving the mic to you, but not just because I know you have the information, but I know you have the heart, and I trust you. I trust you. I trust you. With all of our businesses, you got about $1 billion in your hand right now. Because I know some of them, they're on my list. I know what they make, right? I know what I make. You got about 100 seven-figure centers in your lap right now. You got at least $100 million in your lap. And just think, there are 2,500 members in the Childcare Millionaires community. If each one of us take care of 100 kids, that's 250,000 kids that we take care of. But we're definitely touching 100,000 kids. So we need you. We need you to stay in business. And Darby, we need your help. So I'm turning this over to you, and I'm shutting up.
Well, thank you so much. I'm honored to be among such great people. There are amazing leaders here in the midst, and I've learned so much from so many of them. And I'll have some moments where I'm going to give those accolades because we're all, and I think Rahul touched on it earlier, Brandy, one of the blessings of being in this group is that we're not competitors, we're collaborators. And just like I'm investing and sacrificing and trying to make the best for your business, some of our clients have done the same for us. And so I'm so honored to continue to serve for them because I trust them and what they're doing in their communities. So now, having had about 100 different case studies from 30 different states, from clients from all over the world, we've had an opportunity to identify some things that clients are doing that has brought them great success, where some of them are fully staffed and at capacity and doing well, and they're moving over to the next phase of their business. Some are getting there and some are still struggling. And so today I hope to give you guys just a little bit of some tools. I'm going to give you some insight on industry trends that we've identified, what's really going on, the psyche and the emotional state of some of your applicants. I'm going to give you some tips on how to attract, maintain, and retain. And Brandy, you can go ahead and move the slide forward. And then, of course, the tools. There's a lot of tools out there, but identifying which ones are going to be the best ones for you is kind of one of those observations made in working with these amazing clients. One tool is not going to work for everyone. So identifying what's going to work best for you is key. And then finally, staffing assessment. We'll talk a little bit more about that staffing assessment. So moving on, here's what we know about the staffing industry. And some of these things are going to be no-brainers, you get it. And some of them are, I hope, will be, makes sense. And so number one, we all know that we're in a pandemic and everyone has been impacted. But most importantly, the people that serve our children in our community have been impacted the most because over 400,000 women were forced to leave or compromise their working situation because of family circumstances. And it all surrounds what's going on with COVID. We know that highly skilled boomers have already left, transitioned, or, that they stepped out. And we know that those that still had, I think I have like 5 clients that just celebrated employees that have been in early childcare for 20 years. They left. So that knowledge base, that experience is not always readily available. It's kind of gone. We also know that over 92% of the staff that we're seeking are going to be women. So if they've been forced to leave, the skilled force has left. What else do we have? Go ahead, Gag. You can go ahead, Ms. Brandy. We know that the majority of those seeking employment right now, and we've talked about the millennials. We know that they're between the ages of 24 and 40, which are your millennials. And then, of course, the second highest group are your Gen Zs, which are your 18 to 24-year-olds. And we'll talk more about that. We know that many of them have limited experience. We know that they're dealing with real life fear factors. Some of those fear factors are really knowing what it is that they want to do. Some of them are career changers. They may have always had an idea or need or want to work with children, but they never went because of the money, or the fear factor that might actually be the safest place to go versus where I'm at. We know that there's a lack of industry loyalty. They really do have options. And what I know, and I know we'll talk more about this later, if we send an applicant to go and interview with you, 62% of them already have an offer before they step a foot in your facility. So something is not quite jiving for them where they feel comfortable with the offer they may have received, that they are still looking. It's kind of like a courtship. Okay, so I'm dating, but I'm not sure I want to marry you. So maybe we'll just do a promise ring instead of an engagement. Like they're still weighing out their options. We can go ahead. There are some qualities that they are seeking in their search. And so if these 10 aren't satisfied, you have to at least have your top 6. And based off of a survey that was conducted by Mom Project, which is we are a female-dominated industry, they're looking for flexibility. And so the yes or the no on the side is for you to do a self-assessment of your situation. Flexibility can mean not just scheduling, but understanding the individual that's working for your business. For example, I would much rather prefer getting out of work on time to catch, my son's football game than for you to feed me snacks or make sure that we have lunch available or catered. True story, these things kind of happen. They want to have the flexibility and still being who they are before they come to work. And this talks a little bit more about the whole employee as opposed to just the employee. It's the whole person. They want to be respected for whatever they bring to the table. So if you decide to hire someone that doesn't quite have the experience or the credentials that you needed, it's not a reminder that you don't have it. It's a reminder of what you do have was important enough for me to bring you in, and I value you and I want to see you be successful. So here are some things that we want to offer. That's what they're looking for. Of course, benefits, and benefits can vary from person to person. Recognition and development. When we talk about millennials and those Gen Zs, their love language is affirmation. It's words of affirmation. It's validation. It's being recognized for whatever contribution they have. And it could be just that you completed the first 30 days of your onboarding, or congratulations, it's 6 months. Whatever it may be, those things matter most to them. And if we know that that's the majority of your market, you might have to tweak some things. Of course, leadership. Everyone's looking for a sound leader. It doesn't have to be a leader that has it all together, but a leader that recognizes together we have it all. Off-hour events, there was a lot of feedback from applicants stating that they really didn't want to do the evening and weekend kind of trainings. They want you to respect their time because they are still a mother, a husband, a wife. They still have other responsibilities outside of work. And then, of course, we can go on. Clear expectations, culture is big, resource and environments. And ultimately, what they're saying is that they want to belong in a place where good things grow. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that, but you can go ahead to the next slide, Miss Brandy. In the next slide, we talk a little bit more about the whole person. This was a book that I read. I'm actually still reading. It's from Dr. Scott Benson, where he talks about building better workplaces for everyone, which includes the employer, the employees, the working parents, your families, and the community. And what he talks about is that because we know that we are now focused on millennials and our Gen Zs, it's important to speak a language that they understand. Brandy, I don't know if you guys can still hear me. Can you go to the next slide? Boom. Okay, there we go. So recognizing and the value that your employee brings is important. A good example of that is understanding what their responsibilities are and what their future aspirations are. So today they may want to be an assistant teacher, but maybe in 2 years they want to be a lead teacher. Maybe they don't. Maybe they want to be a dental hygienist, but for right now they would much rather work with children than adults. We have a client that actually that's a real scenario. And what she did was in her next team meeting, she actually had a dental hygienist come and teach the staff about the importance of healthy gums and teeth for children. Of course, that was beneficial to the entire community. So remember, we are building and creating an environment where great things grow. But for that person who was interested in pursuing that career, that was such an inspiring moment for her because she knew immediately that the reason her leader did that was because that was her passion. That was her commitment, her long-term goal. We have another client who helped one of their employees get their credit together. No, she didn't pay to get the credit together, but she did provide her access on things that she did to get her own credit together. And all that employee wanted to do was just get a car. A car so that she wouldn't have to keep asking people for a ride, and so she wouldn't have to keep doing Uber and Lyft just to get to work on time. So by helping her improve her credit means that she'll be at work on time, less stressed and not worried, and still have money in her pocket, because right now she's working to pay her bills and just get back and forth to work. How long is that going to last, right? So thinking beyond the employee and the person is what we're finding the greatest difference between those clients that are fully staffed versus the ones that are not quite there, still struggling. These applicants can pick this up pretty immediately. Creating an environment where greatness grows, understanding their lives are full of uncertainties, knowing that there's concerns out there, they don't know what's going to happen, but your center provides some type of a balance and safe haven where they know that they can grow, they can talk to you. I mean, I had it written in here and then I took it back out, but just in full transparency, I'm going to say, sometimes your staff will confide in you certain situations, and that information starts circulating around the center. Epic failure, culture killer. There has to be some level of confidentiality and trust established between you and every individual applicant there. And that information is not for you to say, well, let me go ahead and start posting her job, because, oh boy. No, that is really your indication that there's something Or is there something that I can do to make sure my environment is healthy enough that this tree is going to bear good fruit? Everybody brings something of value to your group, to your, whether it's one location or multiple locations or your in-home program. Everyone has something to build, and those employers that adapted quickly and adjusted to understanding who their team was, it made it easier for them to go and find new applicants. Other applicants were able to recognize that culture when they saw it. You don't have to do much selling because your staff will do it for you. And then there's other things that you can control behind the scene. Behind the scene, I just saw your message. Behind the scene that will help support what you're trying to demonstrate in that short windows of opportunities that you have with them. They also are looking for someone that is a mentor. And I know that you guys say, I don't have time to be mentoring people, but oh, yes, you do. Because if you do serve as a mentor, if you do serve as that pillar of excellence within your staff, everybody will follow your suit. If you don't, the person with the best influence is the person who has the best relationship. So that's the person who's going to talk to your people. And if they're not casting the right leadership shadow, your culture is now corrupted. And that is the most difficult thing to sell when we're screening applicants, when they can identify that your culture is not solid. It takes much longer to get to those results because there's so much more work that needs to happen so that you can attract and retain those people. So a leader sets the value. You know, you provide the moral compass, you share the direction, and then you clear the path so that your team can perform. That's what a leader does. The last piece that's not in there, though, is that you can't take credit for it. When everything goes well, it's not yours to claim. It's your people. When things don't go so well, that's on us. It doesn't matter who played a part in or who's at fault. That's what a true leader does. So let's talk about attracting. Of course, I call it attract, maintain, and retain. So attract, you have to take a moment and look at those job descriptions. What worked before the pandemic will not work today. It doesn't work today. Our concerns are so much greater now than they ever were before. They know, again, that they have the power. I can leave here and go somewhere else and make $16 an hour. But if you, by any chance, could be the leader and the organization that I'm looking for, I will gladly take 13. There are people out there that say that. Define what your applicant experience should look like. More important than ever now, the first thing that was taken from us when COVID came was we were what? Everybody was pulled back from your day-to-day routines. There was an instant social distancing, all of these disconnects that happen, and people yet still want to have some type of a relationship. Again, millennials, Gen X's, that matters to them. They want to know that you are the person that you claim to be and that you're not just saying whatever you need to say to get them in. And we'll talk a little bit about that. They are actually more intelligent than people give them credit to. I mean, if you take the time to get to know them, you'll understand exactly what their motivators are, what their drivers are, what their fears are. That's important. Care enough about the people. Don't look for reasons why you can't hire them. Look for reasons of how they can enhance or improve your garden. So again, your tree bears fruit. And you don't have to hire everybody today. It's a relationship. Remember, this is a courtship. I think when I left my employer after 7 years, it was the person who literally courted me for like 3 years that got me to go over to the next opportunity. It's a courtship. And sometimes for the person that has that experience, it may take a little longer. If you're courting and you're dating and you're making moves on the first date with someone of quality, they're not going to give you much attention anyway. And the next time you call, the number will be disconnected, right? It's the same thing with your applicants. Touch points, interactions, personalization, gosh, I can speak, responding to your applicants in timely manners, focusing on those individual things that separates them. We even have, for applicants that are desirous, those career changers that want to come into our industry but don't have the experience, we have a different team member that will say things like, you know, I recognize that you may not have this experience, but I love how you answered that question, and I want to learn more about you and what your career aspirations are to see if there's a possible match. And yes, it takes more time for every one position. We have to go through at least 40 resumes to try to find you one good hire. So it's relationship building. It's not something that happens overnight. When's the best time to grow a tree? If anyone knows that, when's the best time to grow a tree? It was like 20 years ago. 20 years ago. So if you try to do that today, your tree's not going to bear good fruit. It takes time. It takes nurturing. Okay, we can go to the next one because I'm pretty passionate about this. People don't really care about how much you know until they know how much you care. And that is probably one of the oldest but true quotes. I have no idea who the originator of that quote is, but it has rung true to me because I look for leaders that care about their employees, that care about the children. I'm going to tell you what, those that care about the employees and the children and the quality of education and the facility and the conditions the money will come. It will come if you do the right thing by your people, right? So how do we maintain them? You've gone through this song and dance, you've courted them, you've given them an offer, and they're ready to join your team and test you out and see what's next, right? You can't just throw them in and expect somebody else to do it. Again, the person with the best relationship has the most influence. That person needs to either be you or your absolute best trainer in-house. That's it, right? So onboarding, it's an experience. It should be predefined. And there should be checks and balances to make sure that not only people are held accountable and that they're meeting those requirements that you've set, but that your process works. Check back in frequently. I found, unfortunately, some applicants that have taken an offer, they started and they left, or they didn't give their best, or, and I want to survey them. I want to know why we just spent all these hours trying to find you somebody and they walked out the back door. What's up with that? And some of what they have said is, they just threw me in there. I was left to my own experience, and I didn't feel comfortable. I didn't feel like I was doing a good enough job for the children. This was too hard. This was more difficult than I thought it was going to be. No, thank you. I'd rather just go to McDonald's and get paid $15 an hour and not worry about this. And I know they'll at least train me, right? If that is a reason why somebody's leaving our facility, shame on us, because we can't control what happens with COVID. We cannot control what happens outside of our business, but we can control what happens within our four walls. So that's a reflection of us, right? Celebrate those wins publicly. Make sure that when your new hires are making achievements or they've done something great, that you publicly recognize them. Remember, you're dealing with millennials and Gen Zs. Their love language is words of affirmation. Never, ever coach in public, always in private. Protect your new hires' dignity. Protect your experienced employees' dignities, because you want to keep the good ones. Some best practices that we're seeing that some clients have actually done. Send a thank you letter to the children or the families of your new hire, thanking them for sharing their mom or dad with all the children in the community. I promise you that these are things that I know for a fact, okay, over 100 case studies. These are clients that are fully staffed, and these are the kind of things that they are doing and have been doing. It's not new. They've been doing it, but now it's more imperative, and now it's shifted from just doing it to a maintenance piece to it's in the onboarding process, right? So, okay, I won't talk too much. I'm sorry. You guys can have copies of this presentation if it helps. So we're going to go on to retaining. Know your people. Know how they feel. Check in on them. Don't make it always about business. Find out about your people. Most importantly, find out how they feel about you and how you make them feel, because they're not going to remember everything that we say, but they will always remember how you make them feel. And how they feel before they leave your center is critically important to how they come back the next day. If they need additional training, provide it. Just do it. If you see that there's an area that they can improve on that would make their lives easier, don't talk about it. Just do it, especially if you're hiring someone that just doesn't have that experience. If you can give them the tools to navigate, most people don't. They will stay with you longer. They'll appreciate your support, that you got knee to knee with them, that you're alongside helping them through this, that you're demonstrating giving them those tips. Take a back step, let them do it until they get it, and then high five them. Good job. You handle that. What could have we done differently? What do you do next time? Okay, I'm going to come back and check you out next week. It really does need to be like that. And I promise you, you're going to use the same amount of time either doing that or in classrooms covering them because your people done left. Nobody's showing up for interviews. So is it better? And mindset, and who was it with Miss Courtney? Miss Connie talked about mindset. Mindset is everything, right? So if we're feeding the mindset, if we're fertilizing the ground, if we are watering it, making sure it's getting enough sunlight, your tree will bear good fruit, right? If they need additional training, if you want to create performance management opportunities, do it. Training incentives. Hey, every 6 months, if you've completed these trainings, you'll get a 25 cents increase, or you'll get comp time if it's legal. In some states it's not, so scratch that. Don't be getting no bad habits from me today. But whatever it is, if you have a team that's really good at anniversaries, employee engagement, build a team that does that, where they are helping you so you're not doing everything. People want to be a part of something great. They don't want to join a losing team. They want to be a part of a team that has a visionary, that gets side by side, that gives them the tools, teaches them how to use it, and sticks by them to watch and celebrate, right? The whole employee, not just the teacher or the assistant. And of course, we talked a little bit about confidentiality and trust. All right, let's keep going. Sorry, Brandy. I get passionate about these things, guys. I've seen it. And, sometimes I want to shake some clients, like, what are you doing? And other times I'm like, wow, that was really good. So here are some of the tools. I promised that I would give you some tools. You guys have a lot of options. Defining your process is pinnacle to the success and the impression that you leave on your applicants. If we know that they're coming into your interview already having an offer, or potentially 2 other organizations that are engaging them. And by the way, not all of them are childcare related, because remember, there's no loyalty. People are just looking for whoever's going to give them most of what's on that list that we talked about of those 10 items. So the applicant experience is critically important. This is your employee value proposition. Like, what is it that you are promising these people that makes you so different that they want to come and check it out? Who's a part of your hiring mission? It can't be you. If I call one more client and they tell me that they can't make an interview because they have to do this and they have this and this and that, I'm going to come to the state and I'm going to whoop them. Because you can't do it by yourself. You cannot do it by yourself, especially if you are hiring for multiple positions. There has to be someone else that can help you with this so that you're making the best impression. But time is not on your side, because if you're not doing it, somebody else will, whether it's your competitor or it's another organization somewhere else. That first experience and that first to contact is not only the first to contract, but it's the first one to set that level of excellence first. And everybody else going to have to jump to get on your level. Make it difficult for those others to compete, because it's just, that's what you, and you know what's sad? This is in nature. We see we see, like, fun fact, I had no idea that the peacock with all the feathers and all that, I had no idea that was the boy peacock for years. No idea. I thought that was the girl because it was just so beautiful and so enormous and just so attractive. And no, the girl peacock is the one that don't have all of that. It's the boy that got to put on the song and dance, right? It's the same thing for us. This is a courtship. So if we know that they're going to leave us potentially with our offer and go see somebody else, you better raise that bar high so it's really difficult for anybody else to muddy up your waters. And we'll talk about e-packets and how that can help also. Systems. Oh my God. We know Indeed. I learned a lot about Indeed in these last 60 days. Let me tell you, a lot of information that they don't always freely reveal. And I'm going to share all of that. Okay, so those applicant tracking systems, there's a career page attached to all of that. There is a little, really small section in there that gives your company reviews that you may not have even known exist. There are people reviewing your or sharing their interview process with you, talking about their experience with you, and people can actually see this before they even make an attempt to apply for your job. So those things are there and not always so helpful. However, if you have that garden where great things grow, of course, that's going to help you attract more applicants. The other piece of that is an e-packet, making sure that when we schedule a time for you to meet with an applicant, we always want to share some of the highlights as to why we decided to work for this employer. We have e-packets for some of our clients, and again, these are clients that are fully staffed or right there, that just goes over a quick summary of what makes their facility stand out. Those things work. If you have never seen one and you do schedule a staffing assessment with me, I will show you some of these examples of how, and I'm sure that when you see it, you're going to say, well, yeah, I would like to see that too, compared to what they're not receiving. Again, create that hiring team. Who demonstrates your culture? Who do you know that has an invested interest in your school's success? Who wants to be a part of something greater than self? Because if they're just doing this to say, I did it, I had something to do with that, that's not who you want on your team. That person should be saying, we did it. Oh my God, look at all the great things that we've done. That's who you want on your team. Who in your facility shares that vision with you? That's someone that can be a part of your hiring. The other piece is identifying what makes the best applicant for you, and that person can help you with identifying or crafting that avatar. Okay, I'm ready. So here goes some of those do's and don'ts, and don't y'all get mad at me, because I promise you the only reason why I'm doing this is because I want you to be successful, and I do want to preserve the integrity of our group. I do think now, having jumped around to several places and meeting several people, I'm honored to serve the leaders that I've served in this group. And I appreciate them. I'll even give one for Miss Nicole, something that she did for me. And I don't even think that she knows. And there's so many, but most recently, the most impactful was one that came for her. And she'll be on the panel. She's at one of the panels, I'm sure. I was sharing some of these best practices, and she reminded me of who we serve, who she serves, and how she knows that nobody is going to take better care of the people we serve than we do. And it's okay. And maybe serving the families that we serve might take a little more work. You might get a little more attitude in some places, but know who you serve and why you serve and why you were called to serve them. And that's why I do what I do. So here's some of those do's and don'ts. Don't try to emulate a competitor. It's okay to research and see what things are working, but don't lose who you are. Your authenticity is what typically not only attracts people, including your families and your staff, but it's what keeps them, right? So don't try to copycat what somebody else is doing. Take some best practices and make them your own. Don't assume that onboarding happens organically, or that this person had 10 years of experience, so they don't need me. No, they need to know how you want things ran in your center. One of the biggest concerns with bringing someone that's experienced is they're going to bring bad habits. The best way to ensure that those bad habits don't creep into your culture is to make sure that you are the master trainer, obviously, and that you're not leaving things up to somebody else, and make sure you're checking, right? Don't try to compensate with meaningless perks. What do I mean by that? This was actually a very hot topic, and it lasted longer than it should have been. But what I mean by don't try to compensate with meaningless perks is, if you want to offer catered meals to your staff or snacks or beverages, that's great. I can see where that could benefit almost everybody. But if you have like I'm gonna just be dramatic, y'all, a skateboard ramp in the middle of the center because one or two employees really like that, and that brings no meaning to anyone else, it brings no value, that's a wasted perk, and we don't need to put that on there. 401k, there are some clients that have 401k, but when you think about our target market, do they even know what 401k is? Or are they just saying 401k because check, okay, it's the right thing to do, but I probably won't even be here long enough to benefit from that. But okay, it's one more thing I got. Or how about clients that have all these amazing benefits and nobody uses it, right? So that's meaningless. It wasn't the owner's intent for it not to be used. It was the owner's intent to kind of show, like, we're quality. We're trying to give you all of these options that most people don't provide. But that may not be the option that your employees are seeking, especially the group that's going to be applying, if you haven't already noticed, or the ones that are applying for your positions. So again, creating those guest speakers. And guess what? If you bring the dental hygienist that focuses on pediatric dental care and they do a training for your staff, that's one less training you have to do. And boy, did you just empower your people with knowledge, right? And you made a difference for that person who that may be the career they want. So think outside the box. Don't lie about your culture. Don't inflate the culture. They will find out that maybe that was what you want, but that is not where you are. And they will trust you more if you say, listen, here are some things that I think we do very well. Here are some things that we have to do differently. Here's a reason why. And I think you can help us get through this. What do you think? Like, be honest. Some of those dues take the time to hire the right person. Again, it's a courtship. You know, it used to be hire slow and fire fast. I think there's some truth to that, but I still think that even though you hire them, there's still work that has to be done. The next is define the hiring process that supports the whole person, not just the employee. Use or apply systems that works, and then optimize your processes and systems so that you're ready, set to grow. Right, so if you saw in the presentation, we started off with just a little branch of a tree, and as we progressed through the presentation, that tree grew. That's just a reminder to create an environment where good things grow. You have control over that. You can go on to the next one, Miss Brandy. I may be running out of time, y'all. I'm so sorry. How we doing, Miss Brandy, for time? Am I good? Did I talk too much? Oh, don't kill me. I love y'all. I'm sorry.
You're doing excellent. I definitely have some questions, but for most
where'd you go?
I'm right here.
Oh,
can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. I know this is a pain point, and you know, I know probably this section. I know Dr. Connie got us excited. Rahul revolutionized us, but many of us, this is our pain point. So we are good on time, and we're also grateful for the content.
Yay.
So I have a few questions, and Darby has graciously, and I will drop the link again in a second, has a free assessment that she would like to offer you. This will allow you to see, you know, where you are, and if there's anything she can do to help you, I know that she will. But when we are staffing our centers, a lot of times the expectation is that we can give less than we want to receive. And that may have one day in the, you know, in the past been true, but we have to give as much or even more than we want to receive to have that given result. And I like the fact that you can't liken it to a marriage or a courtship. You know, if you spend one day with me in orientation but think I'm going to be married to you for 25 years, you're crazy. You know, you can't have a one-day courtship for a 2 to 3 year commitment. You can't give me something if you don't know what I want. I'm gonna tell y'all a secret. I don't know for sure, but I am. I have a James Avery bracelet, and I love this bracelet. Don't get me wrong. My children got me this bracelet right before I got remarried, and it has a wedding ring. It has all these things, but everybody kept giving me charms. And I was like, I want something else. I was like, can somebody ask me what I want? I don't know if you guys have ever felt like that on your birthday or for Christmas or just in life. Sometimes you are giving people stuff that they don't want. So it's really great to slow down and have conversations. And some people are good people, Darby, but they're not good for you. Right. don't feel bad if they feel the same way. It doesn't mean because they didn't choose you that you're not a good person. For them, maybe it wasn't the ideal fit. So this conversation was needed and it was necessary. If you guys have questions about staffing, go ahead and drop it in the chat. Darby, I have a question.
Sure.
So interviewing, I noticed in this last season, I've been the main interviewer, and when you said the hiring team, and we've transitioned someone else to interview. And in one of our last interviews, we brought in one of my administrators who normally never sits on interviews. And I realized that a lot of directors, owners, and she's been in childcare 27 years. They don't even know what questions to ask. So help us out a little bit with that. What questions should we be asking in today's climate when it comes to getting new staff members?
Yeah, some of those questions, again, those traditional questions that we had prior to the pandemic, just you use some of them in between, but the questions that we are finding the greater successes is when you're asking questions where they can do the bulk of the talking and you can sit there and take on as much information as possible. And so the biggest thing is, why are you looking to leave, or what are you looking for in your next opportunity? You know, well, why wasn't that? Like, what could you have done differently to make that happen there? Well, what if your employer changed that and made that happen? Would you stay? I mean, those types of situational questions gets people to, they're not prepared for that. So you catch them sometimes off guard, but you meet the real person, not the representative that everybody feels they need to be in order to make the impression. I want you. And I tell them that. We tell them all the time, this is about you, not about us. Tell me what your ideal next opportunity looks like. Because it may be us and it may not be, but I want to make sure that we're focused on your career aspirations to see if there's a possible match. And if it isn't, this doesn't have to be the last time we talk. We can check in on each other in another 30 days or 45 days, you know, see how that works. And if not, then that's fine too. But I know that most people are just like answering those questions. So really getting to know your people, I think, is critical. Where do you see yourself 2 to 5 years from now? And in our industry, you may want to change that to 1 or 2 years, because then when you report that back to the founder or to the director, that director now can take that information and see if that's something that you can help that person grow. Because again, you're trying to create an environment where people will have loyalty and faith and trust in you because you're invested in their long-term success. Can I help this person become a dental hygienist? Absolutely. Hey, I know how interested you are about this. Would you be open to giving a presentation to the children or creating something for the parents? There are so many ways that you can spin it. So really focusing on getting to know the person in addition to making sure that they meet those qualifications. So we don't want to send someone to, especially North Carolina, their requirements to just be a teacher or assistant is just sometimes off the chain. But making sure that those requirements are met first while you're getting to know the person is critically important, because that's what's important to them.
Thank you. One of the things I want to say to you guys, and I'm going to make somebody mad, but hopefully I make you mad enough to investigate it, right? Oh my God. So I'm just going to say it because there's no easy way to say it. I'm just
Say it. Say it.
Can you guys hire diverse? Like, many of us, we want to hire everyone that looks like us or looks like our cousins, the same age as us, the same body type as us, that eat the same meals as us. I want to tell you that's your comfort level. That's not for the health of your business. Don't get mad at me. Guys, I want you to get used to hiring up, hiring different. Try something new. And so, if you know what I'm talking about, at least give me, some heads up that, that diversity is key. You can just put diversity in the chat, or diverse. Diversity is not just about the color of anyone's skin. Inclusion is not about one race. It's not about one sex. It's not about that. It's about a different collection of ideas and passions and ages and abilities so you can get pieces to the puzzle. If everybody's piece is the same shape and the same size, you know, then you don't have a way to reach that new parent. You don't have a way to connect with that new family. And guess what's happening? Our communities are changing, right? And even though segregation happened, you know, the end of segregation happened a long time ago, the truth is many schools and many communities, they stayed segregated. Who lived next door to you looked alike. That is changing with regentrification. That is changing with more and more people coming into different areas. That is changing with home ownership rules changing. Our communities are changing, but we're staying the same. So if you're used to always hiring Miss Becky, won't you try to hire Miss Sarah this time? If you're used to hiring a certain way, take time and at least interview some people that are out of your comfort zone. Now, some of your staff are going to say things like, I don't trust them. Well, why don't you trust them? They're just different.
Because that's the kind of environment that we've come up in. They don't know how to just cohabitate. They don't know how to live without the fear of intimidation or fear that you're going to say something wrong and I'm going to slap your lips off your face. Like, we're constantly just go ahead and say it, I dare you. We don't know how to commingle. We don't know how to see the best in each other. And it's unfortunate because we're teaching that to our children when they don't have those interactions with communities or more diverse communities, which that's not a true representation of our world. We have people that speak multiple languages, and if our children never see that, they're not going to know how to act when they finally do see it. And that doesn't make that person better than you or worse than you. It just means that now you've been exposed to yet something new and you can grow from it.
Yeah, and I want to say that diversity needs to even come with education level. You know, as a childcare owner, or as a director, maybe you don't have a degree, but maybe you're interviewing people with a degree. I don't want you to feel intimidated by that. My gosh, you're running a seven-figure company. It's okay for you to have help with different experiences. Those experiences, guys, especially since we got to pay more anyway. I don't know if NC is a word, and I do have some degrees. I think you got to pay more anyway. You might as well at least explore interviewing other people that may have more experience and more education than the people you normally hire. It's at least worth the exploration. Diversity in age and ability, and thought, even in religion. You know, we interviewed a woman from Sudan this week, and it was such a great interview just to know her experiences and the things that she had went through. It made it, even in the interview, the lady who interviewed with me, she said, wow, that was different, that was good, that was refreshing. But if we automatically weed out and we don't give everyone the chance, we decrease our own hiring pool. When we stay in our comfort zone, we decrease our own hiring pool. But if we stand up and we boss up and we are open to new opportunities and we're open to new people, guess what? We increase the chances of us finding that superstar, that superhero that we're always talking about in our staff. All right, Darby, I'm going to get you to give us some final words. I'm going to send a quick message out real quick. And if you will wrap this up, and you can answer any questions you see in the chat. You have about 2 to 3 minutes. We're good on time.
Okay, great. Well, if anyone does have a question, I'm happy to answer that for you now. But we did put a link in the Childcare Millionaires Association group that will give you access to a calendar for a free assessment. And what that staffing assessment will do is it'll give me an opportunity to look and see at what your application tracking system looks like. I want to take a look at what you're posting publicly on your websites and on your job boards, because some of those things may need to be enhanced. And in that time, I'm happy to give you some recommendations at that point. Now, one thing that I'm noticing or that I'm learning is that we're not for everybody. We're just not. I want to be for everybody, but it may not be the right time for everybody. So making sure that we can identify where you are in your hiring process is critically important before you take on any other groups or any other services. Some of the ATSs provide free services that we can just give you some tips on as long as you have someone to manage it. That'll work. Giving you some ideas as to what you're looking at with regards to sponsoring ads and whether you need to do it or what some alternatives may be. I think the biggest point is helping to identify who else can be on your dream team to hire. I think that's critically important. That's one thing that I can say once more, that some of the more successful centers that are at full staff and at capacity that they have, that not all of us, and myself included, I am no different. I'm a small business owner. I've been doing this for a little over a year, almost 2 years, and I'm still learning as we grow, and I have staffing issues every now and then. So nobody is exempt from this, but the beautiful part is that every day I'm better than I was the day before, and that's what you got to do, is continue moving forward. So who else can be a part of that hiring team? Maybe they need, to Brandy's point, some training on how to answer questions. Maybe we need to join and just listen and observe and then give them some feedback. There are tons of things and resources, some that you can't control. Uh-oh, can you guys hear me okay? I just got a message. Okay. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me, but I hope you can. And you're welcome, Ms. Kimberly. Thank you for your partnership. It's a journey. Hiring is not a sprint. If you're expecting this to be a sprint, we have to reset that mindset, because it is not a sprint. It is a marathon. It is going to take all hands on decks. It is going to take reviewing those job descriptions, making sure you're marketing. We have CRMs for our prospective families. You need something similar for your prospective employees. Remember, it's a courtship. You know, maybe every 30 days you're sending your staffing newsletter. You don't have a staffing newsletter? Let's make a staffing newsletter. You know, just something that keeps those quality applicants engaged and separates you from your competitors. Remember, you're not hiring for today. Sometimes it may take a little longer. And then sometimes you might have someone who's ready to make a move today. Whatever it is, you want to create the environment where great things can grow. So if you are interested, if you think you can benefit from one of those conversations, it usually takes about an hour and a half to do a full-scale assessment, but it's free. I'm going to give that to the first 10 people that do sign up, because it is time consuming, especially when it's done right. And I don't want to shortchange anybody. You guys, if you need it, I want to give you the best that I have, even if it's 2 o'clock in the morning. I did put some weekend times because I know you're busy, so I did put some times there. But once those 10 are full, that's my focus. And it doesn't mean that you have to take us on. And there's no hard feelings if you don't. I just want to make sure that you have the right information for you to make good choices moving forward.
All right. Thank you so much, Darby. I really appreciate it. We're getting ready for our panel now. And I know that you've been sticking by. We got our last panelist on. I'm so excited to see Miss Keisha. But before you go, Darby, we're coming to Houston in November. And I know you haven't been traveling. Lord Jesus, we want to see you. We want to see you.
Put me out there. Listen, I'm going to tell you, and I was saying this right before we started talking. I was so crushed and hurt and about mortified when I had to sit behind a screen and see all my sisters who I've created these bonds with over an internet, and I've never placed my eyes on them in person. I was distraught. I was like a big old baby crying. I was so hurt because I knew if I was supposed to be anywhere in that moment, I should have been there. And Brandy, you know how emotional I got off of that, because I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to shut up, I promise. Sometimes a path is created for you to have enough faith and courage to walk down. And when you do, someone or something is going to be waiting for you to help you get to that next path. But if you don't answer that call when you were called, whatever else was supposed to happen is still going to happen because the enemy don't sleep and don't need no rest. So whatever he got is still coming. And whoever was supposed to give you that blessing to help see you through that storm, because you didn't show up, you didn't get it. So I will not miss the next one. Okay.
Okay. Listen, guys, it was so great seeing everyone in person. And Darby called me. She was like, I can't stomach it anymore. I just cannot stomach it. And every time I will post a video, she was like, I wish I was there. I don't want anyone to have that feeling. We're going to be in Houston. We even dropped the prices of the tickets. Right now, you can get your ticket for early bird. We dropped the price if you have a partner. We don't want money to be the issue for you not to come. The next three ladies, they were in Houston. They were there. They can attest to the fact that we had a funky, good old time. And I want you to be there for the next one. The DJ, the paint party. This year, we're having a Millionaires ball. And so I need to see you in all of your fancies. And I need you guys to make your way to Houston. Well, Darby, thank you for being with us. You never disappoint. You always support. And we wish you nothing but joy and blessings, peace, and happiness.
Thank you. Thank you, Brandy. Love you guys. Bye.
All right, guys. So we are at our last portion of the day. We have been in it to win it for 4 hours. Everybody said 4 hours in the chat. If you're still with us, let us know that you are alive. Let us check your post. This lipstick lasted. Let's give Matt all hands, right? I had to do my own makeup. That should not have happened. But Matt did not disappoint today. Listen, in the cut, I have Sheena, I have Georgia, and I have Keisha. And they're about to share with us something amazing. Samantha, I see you in. It's not too late to get on if you want to get on. I know you have some things going on. If you are finished, we would love to have you, Miss Samantha. I'm so excited. The panel is going to be coming up in about 3 minutes. So you guys settle yourself. You get ready. And until then, I want to share something amazing with you. So I'm really excited for the fact that you guys decided to share your day with us at the Back to School Summit. I'm going to fly through some of these, but I do want to make some announcements even about tomorrow. If you miss Dr. Connie, if you miss Rahul, if you didn't get to hear all of Ladonte or Darby, you need to make sure you get the replays. Mastermind members, your replays have and your pack has already been sent to your email. You get a planner, operational summary template, a video with that, and you get a checklist for 2021, 2022. It's $21. You get all of the replays to the summit that we'll send out next week. So if you missed something, don't worry. Don't fret. All you have to do is grab your challenge pack. CMA Summit Pack is at the bottom of the screen. If somebody will drop it in the chat, it's all lowercase. We don't want you to miss out on anything. I believe we've already showed that testimonial. But we do want to thank you guys for being here. But before we leave today, I want to make sure that I say happy birthday to our members, all of the members of the Childcare Millionaires Association. This is our 1-year anniversary, right? So if you are in the membership, Letitia just asked about the replays. No, they're not included. They are included in the bundle. If you're in the membership, if you're in the mastermind, they already have it included. But if you are in the membership, all you do is just like any other free challenge, you grab your challenge pack if you want the replays. If you're not in the membership and you want to join the membership, we're doing a birthday special all month long, all the way through October. You can get $300 off your yearly membership. Or if you are a monthly member who pays $99 a month and you want a discount, you can convert from your monthly membership to a yearly membership. So we want to make sure that you guys take advantage of that if you choose to. We want you in the membership so we have a lot of good conversation. Experts, trainers. This week we talked about curriculum instruction, how to get the most out of our teachers. This is where you get that ongoing support. And this is where Keisha, Sheena, and Georgia, on their way to opening a new center, got a lot of great information. So we want you to join in if you have not. Use the code birthday for that discount. So I'm going to show our flashback video one more time. We do have our new conference coming up. I don't think there's any sound. Let me know if you hear sound. I'm going to come back to it in a second. But our new conference will... I think it stopped sharing for a second. Escape. I'm going to reshare. I don't know what happened. Yay. All right. I don't know what happened, but I'm happy we're back on. Our conference is going to be November 5th through the 7th. This conference is for everyone. We do have a special early day for our mastermind members, but the 5th through the 7th, we welcome you to come to Houston. We're going to be setting the stage for success for 2022 and beyond. It's in November, but right before the holidays, where you can really get what you need going into the new year. They're saying that they can hear, so I'm going to see if you guys can hear our next testimonial. Let me know if you can hear in the chat. Can you guys hear me now? I was just talking. Okay, sorry, you can't hear me now. I want to go ahead and bring up our new owners panel. We have Keisha, we have Georgia, Samantha, and we have Sheena, who are here to tell us their story about how they opened or transitioned to a home doing this. Now, I want all of y'all to show them a lot of love in the chat, because it's not very easy to tell your story in front of a lot of people, but I think they deserve to be celebrated. So first, I'm going to bring up to the screen, I'm going to stop sharing, and I'm going to bring you guys up with my one. Miss Keisha, how are you doing?
Hey, hello. How are you, beautiful?
I'm doing well. Go ahead and introduce yourself real quick, and next I will bring up Miss Sheena.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Keisha Williams. I am the owner of Little Me Childcare, located in Spartanburg, South Carolina. And it is a blessing to be on here today. And I hope that you all grab something from this awesome conference that you can use for your own center one day.
All right. Thank you so much. Next, I'm going to bring up Sheena. It brought up Georgia. I'm going to bring up Sheena next. Please introduce yourself. And guys, give them some love. Tag all of our other Childcare Millionaires family. Do your last quick share. Hey, Sheena.
Hey, you guys. I'm Sheena Carter. I'm from Memphis, Tennessee. I'm so excited to be here. I hope you guys enjoy all of these nuggets like I did when I first joined.
Awesome, girl. I'm so happy. I enjoyed you so much in Houston. So to be here with you today is amazing. And I know that journey and you just kept at it. So I'm very, very proud of you. I'm gonna bring Georgia up. If you want to, you may want to flip your phone the other way. So your picture will be the same size. It's totally up to you.
Okay, you said flip it which way?
No, you're fine. You can... How you doing, Mama?
Good.
Well, welcome. This is our mastermind member, Miss Georgia, who transitioned from a home to a center this year. Tell us a little bit about yourself. I'm so proud of you.
Okay, my name is Georgia. I'm from Memphis, Tennessee. I started my childcare business June 11th of 2018. I recently transitioned from a family day home to a center June 9th, 2021.
Woo! Come on now. See, a lot of people are telling people, they're telling lies out there. They're saying things like, you can't make it. You know, they're telling people things like, there is no life in childcare. People are not opening centers right now. And these things are complete and utter lies. They're lies. So I'm going to go to Keisha first because this is what I know about Keisha. Keisha opened like days before the pandemic, like literally days. Tell us about your experience of opening. How long did it take? And then how did you feel just going into opening your business with a little bit of adversity?
Well, it took me 5 months to open when my center was ready. And you know, anybody that know me, 5 represents grace. And I had to have the grace of God on me and my husband for us to be able to open up. But it took us 5 months right after the center. He had renovated the whole center. I mean, it was a church. He turned it all into a daycare. And it took us 5 months after it was open. You know, I do believe that when you're opening up a business, the first thing you gotta have, you gotta believe in yourself. You have to believe in yourself. And once you believe in yourself, there's nothing that you can't obtain. So we had to believe that this was something that we were called to do. So we done it. I tell you, the vision was wrote and God made it plain.
I can't hear.
You did better than me. I want y'all to guess how long it took me to open. I just want y'all to guess. Some of y'all know. Don't embarrass me. I'm not embarrassed by it. But 5 months, man, that's what I call fast track. It took me literally 7 years of being stuck in my own head. You know, literally 7 years of saying, I can do it. No, I'm going to stay on my job. And for me, it was like, I wasn't willing to give up $50,000 a month for $50,000 a year for $50,000 a month. And then when I figured out I could do $100,000 a month, $200,000 a month, but I was stuck in my own head.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of times for new owners, it takes them a little bit because they don't understand the process. And I want us to really help them. Georgia, I know you had your home for a few years, but how long did it take you to actually transition into your center?
4 months. I sent my intent form out in March. I actually sent my intent form out before I even had signed a lease because I knew I wanted this building and I know I was going to get this building. So
if y'all don't know Georgia, she got crazy faith. Like Georgia be like, they said I could do it, so I did it. And she was like, they told me I could open homes, so I did it. I love people with that crazy faith. So what was the experience like actually opening the center? How was it stressful for you? Was it pretty easy? Walk me through your process.
It was kind of easy. It was just a lot of paperwork, and I had to. I guess when it comes to paperwork, it kind of take me a minute to do it because I had to do other things. But I went on and did everything, submitted everything, and I can say it was pretty easy.
And what about you, Keisha? Now I know your state, y'all have some crazy requirements. Like
when I listen, let me tell you. So the fire marshal hadn't came out to look at my center. So the people in Columbia who we had to send the paperwork to, he sent me back 2 pages worth of violations. And I was in church. It just went. I mean, I said, oh my God. I said, nobody's been to my center to look. So how is you gonna send me these violations? And it's so much stuff in the state of South Carolina that you have to go through in order to open up a child care center. And once he came out, he said he just sent that to you so you can look over it to make sure this is the stuff that you have. I said, well, he should have said that in the email.
He should have said that before I start crying and praying.
Woo!
Your state, and Sheena, you can give me a little clarification for your state. But in Texas, before you open, you have to have everything done. So before someone ever even comes to your building, you spend sometimes $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000. They give you this rule book. They give you this paperwork, like Georgia says, and it can be overwhelming. And when they come out, they're looking for every I dotted and every T crossed. And that's why I thought that this was a really worthy conversation.
Right.
Because as many of us are expanding or thinking about opening our first center or transitioning to a home, I feel like it helps when someone tells us the truth. Like, then it may be some hard moments. In your state, did they allow the inspector to do a pre-walkthrough, or this was just suggestions he was making before he seen the building?
Well, see, he don't come. He sends someone else. So he sends another inspector, which is like he goes around to the different areas. So he sent him after he gets all the paperwork, but he hadn't even came, and he sent me the results.
Yeah, that was something I would definitely have to walk through. Well, I see that we have Miss Sheena Carter back. So Sheena, please introduce yourself and tell us. I know you just opened the center. Tell us your good news so we can celebrate with you.
Everything had me to run around. I had the worst experience opening ever. Everything seemed like everything I was doing wrong. So I'll tell anybody, before you sign the lease, please make sure you do your homework on these buildings, because I love my center, and I'm gonna make it do what it do for me and my community, but it's not the center that I need, and I know God got something bigger and better for me.
Hey, baby, you work it until it works. When I started my first center, only took 19 kids. It was almost a group home, right? And this was a building. We literally prayed some days, don't rain, because the roof was a little, and things would get wet. We had to work it out. But it was that building that literally set the groundwork for success. And when I mean it set the groundwork for success, if it wasn't for that building, we wouldn't have went from 19 kids to 119 kids. So I say to everybody, don't despise the day of small beginnings. You may start off small, but that doesn't mean your vision is small. You may start off in a building that you necessarily, don't love, and you may have to grow into something else, but that does not mean that your vision is small. And it also does not limit the impact that you can make in your community. So Sheena, how long did that process? You said it was kind of rocky. Was it because of just the building, or was it the process, the licensing process itself?
It was the building. And it was a little of the process. So it took me about 6 months. Remember, I called you and like, Brandy, what should I do? Should I just say, forget it? It's too much. But there was a test of my faith. And I'm happy that I stuck with it. I'm happy I joined the mastermind group, because I stopped every cent.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And that's one of the things, guys, about relationships and collaboration. If you have it, makes it easier. So for those of you who don't know, in our membership, you literally can get handbooks. You can get a budget to start. You can get a business plan. There's so many curriculum. There's so many resources that are already there, plugged in for you, that you can, that you don't have to invest the time. that we have to invest. We don't want anybody wasting precious time. We want you worried about the main thing: getting open, getting enrollments, and getting staff. So, Georgia, they have a question for you. Go ahead, Sheena.
It was so good, ladies. I brought my friends with me. They had to join. It was too much information for me to tell them, so I had to tell them, y'all, come on, you got to get it.
Yes, Georgia and Yolanda, that's what I'm talking about. Just bring the whole crew. So,
Bring the crew.
Georgia, Janice wants to know, was your building already a daycare, or did you get a contractor?
It was already a daycare, and they had just closed. They just closed in March, so I got it as soon as they closed. So basically, when I did all my paperwork, I really did a change of ownership. That's how I was able to, make the process faster. And then Sheena, she told me everything that I need to do step by step, so they helped out a lot.
Hey, teamwork makes the dream work. I'm telling y'all, teamwork makes the dream work. Now, I'm going to tell you, don't get connected with toxic people, because how can two walk together unless they agree? One of the things I noticed really quickly, at the retreat when we were all together, like we all had a single focused mind to have our business grow. And sometimes, not to down or knock any other resource for the childcare community, but all that complaining. Baby, by the time we finished complaining, we could have built a whole new center. So when you connect with power, you can be powerful, right? When you connect with resources, you can be resourceful. When you connect with toxic, you're going to be toxic. And so it's very important that as you guys grow your childcare, make sure you're investing in your mindset, in your systems, in your resources. So I have a question for you, Sheena. How is operating a center different from operating your home?
It's the numbers. It's all about your numbers. My family day home, I was allowed to have 12, and with me having I'm only allowed to have 15 per shift. So I knew what I wanted and how I wanted it and how many kids I was going to be able to have. So I started collecting my kids when I had my family day home. My dream was to still have my family day home while still having the group. But the way the market is, they sold the house from me. So therefore, I had to close the family day home, strictly group. But hey, guess what? I'm still looking for another building during this pandemic. I'm not.
Are you still growing?
I'm still growing.
You got the audacity to get bigger?
Yes, ma'am. I got an elevation that I'm trying to get to.
And that's what it's all about. Once you learn the formula, you can duplicate the formula over and over as often as you want to. Georgia, now that you went through it, you're never gonna be scared when you find a builder. Oh yeah, I can open that builders. I know what to do. But that audacity to grow and that audacity to get bigger, it comes with confidence. What do you think she is giving you the confidence to grow and to expand?
Being around like-minded people, being around women that has it together, that can help me grow to get it together, because I don't have it all. I don't know it all, but I know I got women in this group, the group that I thing, who's going to let me know what I'm doing wrong, right, how should I say this, how should I put this. It's all there. Thankful for you guys. It's you, and it's another. I love you guys.
We love you back. We love you back. Georgia, I got a question for you, and Miss Keisha, then I'm coming to you next. So in a home, you really are supervising yourself and the kids, and you may have a helper. But now, girl, you got employees. How are you working with that and building your leadership skills?
It's very difficult. It's very difficult. I had an employee leave this week. I had an employee leave last week, so it's very difficult. It's not with me, but it's with them. Being able to work with the other teachers, the teacher that came with me, and plus is another teacher I have. But it's hard. I can say that.
I'm going to tell you, that's one of the biggest things I'm going to tell you guys when you're growing. That's the main thing that you have to work on, those leadership skills, because people will do things that you can't even predict, right? And when you're in a home, because when I opened my first center, that's why I love homes and group homes. When I opened my first center, it was more like a group home, and it was just me and my mom, and we worked all day, every day. And the first employee that I have, she's now one of my center directors. She's been with me literally for 8 years. Shouts out to Miss Shelley if she's listening. One of the biggest things I noticed was now I'm not just managing myself, but I'm also managing people. And that's a huge difference in mindset. That's a huge difference in responsibility, because I wasn't prepared to go from 19 kids to 30 kids. And then we went from 30 kids to 90 kids literally in about 3 months. And nobody told me. Nobody warned me that I would be dealing with so many different personalities every single day. So Keisha, what is your secret weapon? I know that in South Carolina, you guys have to have more staff. What is your secret weapon to making sure your staff understand your regulations, especially as a new center owner?
Well, within leadership, I do believe this. You treat people the way you want to be treated. And people, you allow them to use their gifts and their talents. But I do know that you have to be an inspector of it too. See, within my center, I have 5 different classrooms in my center. I'm licensed for 69 kids at this center. So I visit my classrooms every day. I let them see me every day. Even though I'm the owner and the director, I just don't go in there and sit behind a desk and push a pencil. I don't do that. I go and I let my workers see my face every day, see how they're doing, and see how the kids are doing. You know, so to be a leader, you have to display leadership attitudes.
That's right. You gotta lead by precept and example.
Yes.
And then there's a lot of instances come up when you're a new center that you're not necessarily prepared for. So you haven't even wrote protocols for. So sometimes you're working through those protocols as those incidents happen, and that's okay. The goal is just to be fair, and then to be prepared. Nobody wants to work for someone who is not also working.
Right.
Now,
right.
Let me tell you something. You're still the owner. So I want you to be working on your business more than you're working in your business. But in the first 6 months, it's a fine balance. You really are in a situation where you're training, where you're building capacity, where you're showing them your leadership style, and you're showing up in a different way to actually grow them into leaders. Okay, got a question for you, Sheena. So, what is your role in your center right now? Like, are you functioning as a director or as a teacher? Because I know y'all have been open less than 2 months, right?
Right, 8 months.
How many?
And I am the director. I am working on my business, not in my business. I am fully staffed. I'm overstaffed.
Can you feel somebody over here is just praying? They said, Lord, send me one, Sheena. And how do you feel like you got overstaffed? Because that's a position that most people are not in. What was your secret to that?
When I onboard my team, I just, let them know this is what I expect. This is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to do it. I want to know what your goals are. And we go from there. And I've been good. I'll thank you, God.
Well, I love it. We just want to make sure that, guys, as you're growing, you hear this. If you have any questions for these new owners, please drop it in the chat. So, Georgia, now next question goes to you. in one of our one-on-ones, and Georgia is one of our mastermind members, our Elevation Mastermind members. That program is closed right now, but it will reopen a little bit later. But I remember in one of our one-on-ones, we were talking about how to fill that center. And I was like, let's do after schoolers. Because you know, a lot of times we start with one age group, and after schoolers and transportation is a whole nother beast. So what age groups are you serving now, and how is enrollment going since you know, are just opening? We're getting at that 2 to 3 month mark. How do you feel like your enrollment, and what age groups are you serving right now?
The age groups I'm serving right now is from 6 weeks. Well, not 6 weeks. The youngest infant is 12 weeks. The oldest child I have is 9 years old. So I do have after schoolers. I have 4 after schoolers at the moment.
Okay. And we're just opening up that program. I'm really proud of you, you know, getting it filled up. A lot of people are scared of after schoolers. Keisha, you take after schoolers as well, correct?
Yes, right now I have 9.
Yes, a lot of people are scared of after schoolers, but I'm going to tell you, after schoolers are in your building just a few hours a day, and the fee is not much less than your pre-K rate. Normally, we set our after school rate maybe $30 to $50 less, depending on what city it's in, than our pre-K rate. But a lot of times, toddlers and infants, they have older brothers and sisters, because we used to didn't do after school either. And I was like, you know what? Their parents will always say, well, I want to bring them, but I don't want to bring my babies to 2 different locations. Do you know today that we serve 78 after schoolers?
Wow.
78 after schoolers. This is not our full-time program. 78 just after schoolers. And it's almost, I wouldn't say it is the meat and potatoes, but that just helps us stay full in the summer. So I'm gonna just say to any new owner, if you're not taking an age group, but you have the ability to, this is one of the secrets that can help you fill up your center faster. We do know infants are kind of expensive to care for, but they stay with us forever. So there are advantages of having younger kids, no transportation, they stay with you a long time, but there's definitely some benefits to having after schoolers as well. All right, Miss Sheena, and I'm going to ask this question to everyone. I'm going to ask it to you first. What is one thing that you've learned since you've been open in your center that you will want another owner to know? What is one lesson that you've learned?
One thing I've learned is that when adversity comes, you still got to stand strong. The challenges are going to come regardless, because God is blessing you. So you have to be able to know how to handle it. Stay professional at all times. I had a problem with my PE supervisor, but guess what? My PE, she was a sweetheart, and there was an adversity because like this woman was really coming after me, trying not to help me succeed. So I had to put God on her and prayer. They got me through.
That's good.
Everything is really smooth transition. I love it.
I love it too. More. Yeah, you prepare it. I hear you. It's just like the next building. She's already on the next building. I love it. Keisha, what is something that you learned in this year that you would definitely want someone going into this business or thinking about opening a new center? What's something you learned that you would want them to know?
Well, the main thing I learned is that it's a difference between working in one and owning one. There's more responsibility that comes with it when you're an owner than you're a worker. So I've learned that I have to be more observant, and I have to be the watchman of the facility and the grounds of the center. Because if anything happens, it doesn't fall on your worker. It falls on the owner.
Absolutely. She said, I'm a watchman on the wall. Listen, try it if you want to. I heard you. Look, I heard you in the natural and in the spiritual. I heard you. Try it if you want to. Pastor Connie said, I'm not shooting because I don't have bullets. I'm just reloading. Y'all don't know. I will use that for a long time. Some people think, and in you being watchful, and in you going in and out of your building, like Keisha, you said in the beginning, you have to inspect what you expect. You can't give an expectation and you don't watch over that expectation. And you just automatically think, oh, this is going to be done. That's not the way it works. If you want something to get done, you have to continually inspect that your staff is doing that. Because if you don't, you're going to put yourself in a position where 3 months later, 2 weeks later, you're going to be like, I thought we were. No, you don't need to think. You absolutely need to know. Okay, it looks like Georgia went out for a second. So Sheena, I'm going to throw this question to you. And then I want to know what her one lesson is in just a second. So I hear you talking about owning another center. What time frame does that look like for you? Is that 6 months, 6 years, 6 days? Probably not 6 days, but
I'm gonna give me 6 months.
Okay.
Give me 6 months because I'm looking now. So hopefully I know what to do this time. So I'm giving myself 6 months.
And I thought that was gonna be your lesson about the lease. Like there are some things when when any of my clients go into a lease, there's some things that I always ask them to please do not sign that lease unless you talk to the fire marshal. Do not sign that lease unless you talk to zoning. Do not sign that lease unless you talk to licensing, and definitely understanding what you're signing, because people will take your excitement and they will exploit your excitement. Or they will take the fact that you're trying to move fast and that if you don't have a real estate agent, they will take those things. So I will give y'all some tips for those of you who are looking for a building. One, get you some free rent. Like, you can get free rent for a few months. Like, listen, you're going to give me at least 2 to 3 months free rent while I get this building permit. You want me for 5 years? I need some free rent. Typically, I negotiate a year free rent for every single year. That's my goal. Like, I try to negotiate every December with no rent. Every December. I've done that with 4 different buildings, and I've gotten it at least for the first term of that contract. Number 2, I don't sign triple net leases. Now, I'm not a real estate agent, but I'm a real estate investor. We own multiple properties. A triple net lease means they charge you a monthly fee, but they charge you another fee for maintenance and taxes to do their job. I want a gross lease. This means if you say I owe you $5,000, what I owe you? $5,000. I don't owe you $5,000 plus nothing, because I don't sign triple net leases ever at all, because it's too much variable. And I know in some states, you maybe can't negotiate that, but I'm a hard taskmaster when it comes to being able to take care of my business. And then the other thing you can do if you're looking for a building, you can do what you call a graduated lease, right? I come in at this amount for the first year, or the first 2 years, and then I gradually pay more, and then I gradually pay more, and I top out. Like, after this, there will be no increases. But that allows me to sometimes go in below $1 a square foot. So we may start at 80 cents, then we may go maybe to 90 cents a square foot, to $1 a square foot. So this way, the owner knows that they're going to get more money over time, but I also know that I have time to settle into the business. My last tip on getting buildings, for those of you who are looking at your first building, ask more than one real estate agent to help you, because sometimes they get busy, or you're not the priority, or they're mostly selling houses and they're not looking for lease properties. So once you contract with a real estate agent, I need for you to definitely be loyal to that contract. But it's nothing wrong with having more than one person look for you as long as they're not looking in the same area, because that's kind of grimy. You don't want to look in the same area and you're seeing the same building. But if you have some zones and some regions, it's nothing wrong with asking for help. You know where I find most of my buildings? On Facebook.
Oh, wow.
I type one simple message. Do you know of any daycares for sale? And then it's like, there you go. But I have about 3 real estate agents I work with. We actually all meet together because we find centers for clients as well. And don't, like Keisha said, her building used to be a church. One of my buildings used to be a church. So there may be opportunities in other spaces that don't use your space all the time. But whatever you do, don't stop looking and don't stop expanding. Don't stop expanding. All right. Keisha, my final. Oh, Georgia is back in. Let me let her in.
Well, let Brandy.
Yes.
Well, I just want to say I'm married to my realtor.
Look, boo, you better not call nothing else. I'm not trying to break up no happy home. I'm sorry, Mr. Richard. If you watching, please let her keep her Cadillac and the keys to the house. I don't know how to go talk to nobody but you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I live with the realtor.
That's so cute. Georgia, we asked the question. I want you to answer this. What's one lesson that you learned in this process that you would want another owner to know? I know you say Sheena was your right hand. She kind of walked you through. If you were walking somebody through this process, what are some things that you would tell them?
I would give them a list of everything I had to do and tell them to do everything that's on this list. Make sure whatever your PE is telling you need to do, go ahead and do it, so you can go ahead and get your assistance. Can you hear
Absolutely.
me?
Oh, you went off for a second. You said whatever your inspector tells you to do, and then I lost you.
Yes, whatever your licensed consultants tell you to do, go ahead and do it, so you can go ahead and get your temporary license.
Absolutely. And they love speed, but so does money. Money loves speed. But licensing inspectors, fire marshals, your health inspectors, if you can correct whatever they're asking you to correct on site, please do it. As a matter of fact, when we have our walkthrough to open, I always have 2 people on hand. A contractor and a runner. A runner, they say I need to change the doorknob, go get that doorknob. A contractor, I need to move what? I need to, what I need to do? Literally, that day, we all there. Because if I can do what you need me to do while you're there, I'm going to do it. And the same thing when we have an inspection, I tell my director, I say, hey, if they ask you to do something, move something, shake something, I don't care if they ask you to twirl 2 times. If it don't hurt too much, go ahead and twirl, girl. Do what you need to do. But really, we want to make all of our corrections on spot. To be honest, before our inspector leaves, we always ask them, can we have a chance to correct this right now on the spot while you're here? Because we don't want to have any deficiencies. And some will and some won't. But at least if they see you acting fast, like Georgia says, you can get what you need from them, and they gone for another 6 months to a year, you know? So that's a really, really, really good advice. Would you do it again, Georgia?
Yes.
When you gonna do it again is the question, I guess.
I'm not sure. My next thing I want to do is open up a preschool.
Come on now. I love it. I love it. I love having different programs. Quinn has a preschool, and it's more preschool focused. My first school was a preschool, so you can do it. And for those of you who love older kids, if you can we service homeschool kids through the 6th grade for a period of time. It was one of the best things we could have did for our community, because we don't have charter schools in my community. So our parents don't have other option besides very, very expensive public schools and or the public school. All right, last question. And I'm just gonna ask you, I know some of you have said it, but I know a lot of you guys have accountability partners and you've worked with us for a while. I just want you to tell me, what has Childcare Millionaires meant to you? I'm gonna start with Sheena, then I'm gonna go to Georgia, and then last Keisha. Go ahead, Sheena.
It means a lot. Like I said, I love it. it's the sisterhood for me. It's the bonds. I can go to whoever in the group and just it's sisters. It's a sisterhood, and everybody's for everybody. There's no competition. It's no big eyes, little U's, nothing like that. I love it. Matter of fact, I'm gonna pay my renewal tonight.
Well, come on now. Come on, I like renewals. But we are definitely a team and a sisterhood. I want everybody to shine. Georgia, what has Childcare Millionaires meant to you?
It's like this big family that I never had. I can go to y'all and talk about anything that's dealing with childcare, and y'all have the answer for me. And I just love everybody. Everybody that I have met has been so genuine. So.
And we love you too. And she's always the cutest on the trips. Like, I'm gonna need to borrow her waistline and Leslie hips because this over here, we trying to work it out for Mrs. Smith. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. Thank you, Georgia. And we absolutely love you. We absolutely love you. All right, co-pastor Keisha, I'm gonna put you in your office to close us out. You know, I try to call you Keisha on here, but I know you co-pastor Keisha. And I appreciate all of the prayers and the love and how even, you know, you and your husband have reached out to me and my family in our times of need. I will never forget that. But tell me a little bit about what Childcare Millionaires has meant to you.
Childcare Millionaire means to me hope. Because when you think you're stuck, or you think that a branch has gotten in your river and it has made a dam, there's always somebody there to help you pick it up and put it to the side and let your river flow like it's supposed to. So I'm thankful for it. It means a lot to me. I'm really thankful for how the sisterhood comes together and how we can band together and help one another. It's never no big eyes and it's never no little U's. So I'm thankful for it. I'm grateful for it. And I will forever be a part of it because childcare industry is my life career.
Me too. I'm a lifer. Like, you know, now they're going to have to let me out a little bit so I can maybe get on a boat or two or fly across the world. But there's nothing else that I would really do in my life's work than to serve. I believe that God's children, I believe that He puts them with people. He allows us to be a safe haven for families, kids, and the parents. Y'all know we safe haven for the parents as well. But I want to thank each and every one of you before we close out today. And I want you to know I invited you because you're genuinely special to me. And I saw your growth, and I wanted you to know that I see your growth. I see you working every day, and that I am in agreement that all of the blessings and the grace of God will fall upon you and overtake you in such great ways that you will be rewarded with healthy riches for the work that you're doing, that you will own buildings and houses that you did not build as you work and you give labor to the city and you help the community, that everything that you need for your household will be taken care of. Because what we do, and this lesson is for all childcare owners, what we do is selfless. We share ourselves with all of these families, and sometimes our family gets a little piece of us, you know? So make sure that over this weekend, after the summit tomorrow, you spend some time with your families as well. If you have any closing words?
I just want to tell you thank you for all that you do, and don't stop. I always say when I'm ministering, I tell my women, don't stop, get it. So I just want to tell you, do not stop doing what you're doing. It's a blessing, it's receiving, and it's pushing us, it's propelling us to the next level. So I appreciate it.
Yay, thank you.
I'm gonna piggyback off my mama Keisha. We love you. You are so great. You were heaven sent, really. Like in the beginning, I skipped over a lot of videos. I wasn't ready. But it was one particular video I said, hold up, let me go back. And you've been my big sister ever since.
All right. Big sister Brandy in the house.
Big sister Harriet.
Oh, come on now. That means she was at the conference. I gotta get to Houston. You gotta get to Houston. Thank you, Sheena.
So great. And Natalie, everybody in the group. It's good. You got to see everybody. I love you all. Thank you so much.
We love you too. Anything, Georgia? Georgia say, I'm good. I did good. I appreciate each and every one of y'all, and I thank you for being here today. I do have some final announcements that I want to give. So tomorrow, everybody put 10 a.m. in the chat. 10 a.m. Have your breakfast, eat your Wheaties, do whatever you want to do. Get your notebook, your tablet. I have some more powerhouses coming to the stage. You guys, right now, tag one child care owner. Maybe they can see this video and they can register tonight. Many of you don't have the challenge pack. If you need the challenge pack, if you want access to the replays, please make sure. I think my hair exploded on me. Please make sure that you do that link so you can have these videos. We'll take all of these videos down on Monday, and they will only be sent to the people who have registered to get the replays. We definitely want you to consume this information more than once. And then I just want to remind you, for those of you who are interested in coming to Houston, I've already posted in the group the link to the actual event. We want to make sure that you register for our live event in Houston. Many of you on here are already members, but if you're not a member, we're doing that birthday special because we want as many as you to get help as possible. We're here for you. We're in this for the long haul. Literally, we want to support you in the long haul. And there are different ways. There are different ways that you can get support here. Our free way, free, 100% free, is we have a Facebook group. This group is free. Our association fee, it has no fee to our association right now. It is free. As long as you are a child care owner or director, you can come in, you can get the help and support you needed. It's not a complaining session though. It is, I have a question, we need help, right? That's the mindset we want to have. We have a growth mindset. We're always growing, always elevating. We have problems, but they're not problems unto destruction. Number two, we have our accelerator membership. This is a monthly membership where you can either pay $99 a month or $9.99 a year. But right now you get $300 off. So you can join for $6.99 a year, and you get access to all of our previous classes. We don't hold anything back. Access to handbooks, curriculums, finance classes, how to create graphics. I mean, we have taught on a lot of stuff. So you get access to all of that good stuff. The yearly membership is definitely the best value. You can get $300 off of it because of our birthday special. But then there are my big dogs, right? Our Elevation Mastermind. This mastermind is exclusive. Right now it's closed, but it's 20 centers in this mastermind, and we work with them on a one-on-one basis. They get one-on-ones. We go on trips together. We just left Vegas, going to New Orleans soon. And this is for people who said, I want more. I want one-on-one interaction. I want my staff to be trained. I want you to come to my center. I want done for you services. This is who the Elevation Mastermind is for. Right now, it's closed. It's closed right now, but you can always get on our waiting list for the next time it opens. So it doesn't matter how you get in. You can get in the free group, you can get in the paid membership, or you can get in the mastermind. Just get in and get the support you need. We're here for you no matter what. No matter what, we're here for you. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., 10 a.m., we start again with day 2. Natalie will be our first speaker. We will be hearing from IntelliKid, from Christina. We will be hearing from Oye and Sabrina from Kids Pleading. I'm telling you, it is packed. And then we're going to hear from our heavy hitters, Stacy, Monica, Aaliyah, and Nicole on our owners panel. You do not want to miss it. And tomorrow I teach. So you want to make sure that you tune in at 10. If you know you're going to miss it, go ahead and click that link so you can get your replays. bit.ly CMA Summit Pack. All right, thank you guys. I want to respect your time. It's right before 3 o'clock. Make sure that you're here tomorrow. You share this video. And if you have any questions, we'll try to answer them in the chat. No, if you're a member, you will not automatically get the replay. I think I answered that before, but I want to make sure that I did. All members still can purchase a success pack. It is optional, but you can purchase a success pack. All right, I think we don't have any more questions. Go ahead real quick, since we have 2 minutes. Well, we have 5, but we're going to take 2. I want you to drop what you're going to do. This is about execution. One thing that you heard today that you know you're going to do. Go ahead and drop it in the chat. Drop it in the chat. Drop it in the chat. One thing. Thank you. Rachel said this was amazing. Thank you, Sheena. Go ahead and drop one thing that you're going to do that you heard today in the chat. You have been empowered to do so much. Dr. C, I promise you, I'm going to go and listen to hers again. I need to hear it again. I need to hear it again. Rest, recharge, load. Come on, I'm going to do it. I'm going to keep working on my management. I'm going to keep providing great programs for my kids. I'm going to keep thinking about staffing from a different perspective. You know, these new owners got me excited. They got me wanting to go buy a center. Go ahead and type one thing in the chat that you're going to do, that you're committed to doing. I love it. You have invested 5 hours in yourself, 5 full hours of information. No fluff, no fluff. And it was free. It was valuable though. Everything that's free doesn't mean that has no value. These people poured into us from the kindness of their heart, and they poured into me as well. My cup is full. And so now I don't have to give from an empty cup. That's what the Childcare Millionaires Back to School Summit is all about. Refilling your cup for the new school year. All right, guys, it's your girl, Brandy Wood, signing off. The Millionaire Midwife and your Millionaire Childcare Success Coach. You already know what we're going to say right now, right? I'll see you guys soon. But I will definitely see you at the bank making deposits, not withdrawals, right? We're going to be renewing, releasing, refocusing, recharging, and reloading. We are dedicated to this. We're dedicated to help one another. We're dedicated to stand in this sisterhood. And I'm so happy to be here with you. I'm so elated to be here with you. You guys have a great night, and we'll talk to you soon.